of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is roll call. Councillor Klingon.
Present.
Councillor White.
Here.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Present.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Niedergang.
Here.
Councillor Rossetti.
Present.
Councillor Mba. Councillor Hirsch.
Here.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
And Councillor Ballantyne.
Here.
Madam President, 9 councillors are present, 2 are absent. We have a quorum.
Do any councilors have moments of silence? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you. I have 2 moments of silence. The first one is for John Marks. John was a Somerville firefighter, and his name was recently added to the National Firefighters Memorial in Colorado Springs. And he passed away almost 30 years ago on November 22nd, 1989, at the age of 32. His death was a line-of-duty death from occupational cancer. He left behind Patty Marks, who most of us probably know. She herself is an amazing community contributor with a long career serving the Somerville Public Schools until her recent retirement. After John's death, Patty raised 3 children on her own, and at the time of his death, they were only 1, 3, and 5. And she went on to work for the schools in 1996 when her youngest was school-aged. And Patty describes John as her husband was a mild-mannered man who was always ready and happy to help anyone who needed it. He was a lifelong resident. They met when they were worked together at Albion Playground as park leaders for the Recreation Department. He worked for many years for Recreation. And he was overall the best husband, father, son, and brother and friend anyone could have ever asked for. And Patty also wanted to mention that John was a proud member of the Somerville Fire Department, and the fire department continued to remember him and lift up Patty's family, and her family was part of the fire department family. She's very grateful to them. And John was also the first firefighter in Massachusetts whose death qualified under presumptive cancer law, which was a really important change in benefits, and it allowed Patty to qualify for his
he wanted to make sure that, the city really served the residents who lived here. Councillor Hirsch.
I share those similar reflections, and definitely, though I butted heads sometimes with Stan, I grew to respect his incredibly hardworking, his just like flexibility, ability to laugh, and by the time I got to be an elected official, where I saw how important constituent issues were, there was nobody who could get stuff done like Stan could, and he was just a tremendous servant of the city. And I would love to sign on, and perhaps other members of the board would as well.
Councillor Scott.
I've said my piece about the commissioner, who I had deep respect for in other places, but would also like to sign on to the moment, of course.
So if the entire board, Mr. Clerk, would sign on. Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually had the opportunity to serve with Stan Cody for a few years, and also Tom Taylor, rest his soul as well. And they both had a great sense of humor. When folks got to know Stan, he was funny, and Tom Taylor as well, and they used to have a good back and forth jokes about one another. And I don't know if folks remember, there was an old program, The Dukes of Hazzard. Maybe you see it in reruns, but the guy who sort of ran the show there was Boss Hogg, and that was Tom Taylor's nickname for Stan Cody. So I always remember that, and Stan's favorite expression was, "It ain't easy." But he was really the ultimate, I think, in constituent services. I mean, he really took that to heart. And across the city, you can talk to people, and they'll complain about a lot of things, but I never hear complaints about really the condition of the city. And he played a tremendous role in doing that, and I'll always have fond memories of my time served with him in the old Board of Aldermen.
Councillor Klingon.
Just a quick story. I was about 8 years old, walking up Warwick Street, and I'm just looking down, kicking rocks, and there's a pair of shoes in front of me, and I look up, and they're attached to this big, huge man, and he says to me, "Hey," he says, he said, "Your parents live around here?" I said, "Yeah, we live over there." He said, "You want a pin?" I said, "Sure." So he gives me a pin, and he said, "Don't forget to tell your parents to vote for Stan Cody." And I don't know I don't remember if he won. I don't know anything about politics at that time. I never thought I'd even get into politics. I never dreamt of it. But here we are, and that was my first interaction with a politician. And every time I'd be at an event, I'd be like, "Hey, there's that guy Stan Cody," and he'd wave, and I was thinking like he was remembering me. But of course, we know politicians, they do that for everybody. So I just want to share that story, and I also share the same. When I got on, Stan really respected this horseshoe and these seats, and he did what he could to help us, to help our constituents for the city of Somerville, no matter what, how we came into office, seeing eye to eye or not. He was a really hard worker for the city, and that's what I'll say.
Councillor Mba, then Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the story I can say about Stan is, I knew him before I ever became an elected official, and the stories I was reading about him was really like crazy stuff. And when I came on the council and got to interact with him, he's a really genuinely nice human being that cares about this community. So that's all I have to say about him, and we'll miss him.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Madam President, if we're all going to tell Stan Cody's stories, we might be here for a long time. But I do have a story, too, because like Jesse, he was the first politician I ever met. He was my Ward 5 alderman back in the day. And I remember meeting him at Lexington Park when I was a sophomore in high school, when we were renovating the park. And I had a little trouble at the high school, and I was talking to him about the problem. And he was very receptive, very open to listening to me. But as we kept talking, I got agitated in defending myself about what happened. And he looks at me and says, you know, this attitude is probably why you're in trouble in school right now. And he was right. He was definitely right. But I took that seriously. He still helped me with the problem and got that addressed. And then years later, I went to school with his sons, Chip and Russell. And then even further after that, as the DPW commissioner, I remember getting on and people were saying, you know, Stan, you know, you better be nice to him, otherwise he's not going to take care of the issues you have or whatever, and things like this. And I just never found that to be the case. I'd call him and something would get done immediately, and the responsiveness from DPW was pretty amazing, and we hope that continues. But Stan's an irreplaceable person, and I'm definitely going to miss him.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not going to add a story, as much as I love hearing them, but I just want to extend this council's really sincere condolences to the family. I mean, we all know Stan in a professional capacity, and he's such a huge part of Somerville. But, you know, as a family member, I also just want to extend our sincerest condolences.
Councillor Rossetti.
Madam President, thank you. Thank you for allowing us all to reflect on Stan. I knew Stan for a very long time. Having served on the school committee, quite often he would have to come to certain meetings, and it always amazed me that he may not have read the packet, but he knew exactly what we were talking about. He was always on top of his game. And turn the clock ahead to today, and my serving now as a then alderman, now city councilor, we all know that I sometimes could give him a very hard time. And it was very difficult for me because we did have a friendship in the past, but he understood that I was doing my job for the constituents that I had to serve and listen to, because he himself had sat in these seats and understood that. And selfishly, I am so happy for me. The last probably 6 months of Stan's life, we could talk to each other again. We became associates. We could chuckle, we could laugh, we could talk about business. And he taught me how you can forgive and forget and just keep on doing your job. Because quite honestly, I'm surprised, a couple of high school building committee meetings, we ended up sitting next to each other, and I'm looking at him like, oh, hi, Stan, you know, are you okay that I'm sitting next to you? Because we had some very heated meetings. And he was perfectly fine with it, and he actually advocated in my corner recently at a meeting, something that I was concerned about, and he had my back on that. So thank you, Stan. I'll never forget some of what I've learned through watching his mannerisms.
Will everybody in the chambers please rise for a moment of silence for the aforementioned individuals? Please be seated. So we have a full house tonight. That's wonderful to see. So thank you, everybody. I just thought I would just share with you sort of the sequence of the events. So we will work with the citations first. So we will be congratulating Bishop Moultrie, and then we will go on to the promotions for the police department. Okay? So, Mr. Clerk, would you read the next item, please?
Madam President, item number 2 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of August 22nd.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 3 is a citation submitted by City Councilor Ewan Campen, Niedergang, and the Mayor, congratulating Bishop Henry Moultrie II on the auspicious occasion of his retirement after 45 years of pastoral leadership at the Mission Church of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Councilor Ewan Campen. Okay, if
Please,
Bishop
Madam
Moultrie,
President, we're going to have actually 2 speakers as well, if
Okay.
they'd like to join me at the podium.
but I'm wondering if Bishop Moultrie wanted to stand up near the podium, too.
Please, please. Of course. Thank you, Madam President. It is really my honor to be here. So if you walk down Highland Ave a few blocks, on the left you will see the Mission Church of Our Lord Jesus Christ, which has been in operation at that location since December of 1976. And that church has been led for the past 45 years by Bishop Moultrie, who we are honoring here tonight. And before I introduce two speakers who are going to tell us a little bit more about the church and about the bishop, I just want to share a speech that I have. I've been working with this neighborhood on a development project, which is right next to the church. And at these neighborhood meetings, I'm used to folks coming out and being concerned about density and noise, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, now keep in mind this is right next to the church. One of the major concerns that the neighborhood actually raised was, what if we bring in all these new residents and then they complain about the wonderful noise that this church makes? How do we know that they're not going to get shut down? So I think that just speaks to what this church means just to the neighborhood, to say nothing of the actual members. So Councillor Niedergang has asked to say a few words, and then I'd like to invite up Dr. Cheryl Crowder and Bishop Malcolm Mitchell, the assistant pastor.
Councillor Niedergang, I was wondering if you could just invite anybody who wants to take a picture to come back here, because they're all trying to take pictures and they're catching people's backs. So if you want to come over here, please come on in. This is your chamber too.
Thank you, Madam President and Councilor Ewan Campen. I had the pleasure of meeting with Bishop Moultrie's daughter, Sherry Green, and Marshima Mitchell, who works at the church. They both work at the church, and talking a little bit about Bishop Moultrie. And they gave us a brief bio, and I just wanted to share a couple of things in this, because not only is Bishop Moultrie obviously a religious and spiritual man, he's a Renaissance man. He started the church at Northeastern University with 8 people in it, and it's now expanded to be a huge church. Not only that, there have been 12 people from the church who have founded other churches. So he's, truly a biblical figure in his progeny and in the impact that he's had. But not only that, he is a ROTC distinguished graduate. He was a commissioned officer in the United States Air Force, an honorably discharged captain and Vietnam veteran. Prior to becoming a full-time pastor in 1974, he held electrical engineering positions in Virginia and Massachusetts and taught business administration at Northeastern University's School of Business in Boston. So this is somebody like Thomas Jefferson or Leonardo da Vinci. Thank you.
Madam President and council members, it is my honor to give brief remarks on behalf of Bishop H.A. Moultrie II, an individual who is an exemplary citizen of our city, who has given outstanding service and merits recognition for his achievements. Bishop Moultrie will be 77 years old this year and will be retiring after 45 years of pastoring. We are planning a grand celebration for him on September 29th with guests from across the United States and other countries. Bishop Moultrie is our pastor. He's the founder of the Mission Church. He faithfully served this multi-ethnic, multi-generational congregation for 45 years. He is a visionary leader. He oversees numerous outreach ministries in an effort to support and engage the local and surrounding communities. With a heart for the youth, Pastor Moultrie has developed numerous initiatives to mentor, prepare, and inspire children and young adults for their futures. In addition to having served as chairman of the Board of Bishops for the Church of Our Lord Jesus Christ, he has functioned as bishop over Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies, Guyana, South America. Throughout his ministry, Pastor Moultrie has been a generous supporter of the foreign field. Presently, he oversees Region 1 of the Church of Our Lord Jesus Christ, which includes churches throughout New England. A dynamic and beloved preacher and teacher, he has encouraged congregations throughout the country and abroad. He has delivered God's message to both large assemblies and international convocations and to small groups in prisons and drug rehab centers. Pastor Moultrie has led invocational prayers at Somerville mayoral inaugurations and has led the church in other citywide celebratory events, including commemorations of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Bishop Moultrie, as you have heard, has served as a commissioned officer in the U.S. Air Force, as honorably discharged captain and a Vietnam veteran. He is happily married for 53 years to Mother Diane E. Moultrie, who is the church mother and co-founder of a mission church. They are the proud parents of one daughter, Sherry, and loving grandparents of two beautiful granddaughters, Janae and Ava. He is also, in addition to his electrical engineering degree and his degree in business administration, he also has an honorary doctorate degree. We are grateful for this great man of God.
To this esteemed City Council, we extend our appreciation for the opportunity to say a few words about this great man of God, Apostle Bishop Henry A. Moultrie. I was told I have 2 minutes. Preacher minutes function like NFL timeouts. So I'll do it in 1 minute. I do want to say that I stand before you as a living testament to what the Lord Jesus Christ has done through this remarkable man of God and this remarkable American citizen. Many of you may not be aware that we had a Boy Scout troop when I was a young man. I was probably 9 or 10 years old. We established a Boy Scout troop, Troop 130. Apostle Moultrie is an Eagle Scout. I think they left that out of his bio, but he is an Eagle Scout. And that was one of the ways that he instilled in us the discipline and appreciation for our great country. I remember one of the things that we did often was learn how to fold the flag, learn how to respect the flag. We had to learn how to wear our uniform properly. He would teach us about taking care of ourselves and making sure that we were ready to be presentable to this great society and to also be a blessing to our city. Apostle Moultrie would often have us go and rake leaves in different parts of the neighborhood. As you probably know, there is a food pantry that functions out of the church. There have been a number of families that have been blessed by his influence. And in the Christian circles, we often quote from some of the great prophets. And Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 15 reminds us, the Lord said, I will give you pastors from my heart who will feed you with knowledge and understanding. It has been a privilege to grow up under this man's ministry. It has been a privilege to see the foundation that God has instilled in us, being a part of this Somerville community. And we look forward to continuing the work. His family, many of his constituents and those worshiping members in the congregation, we have been positively influenced, and we want to continue that influence. We're eternally grateful for what the Lord has done through you, Apostle Moultrie. We will never, ever forget the legacy that you have established. We hope to pass it down to our great-grandchildren. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless this city. God bless Mission Church. We love you all.
Madam President, can I request a brief recess so we can take photos?
Yes.
Oh, they're coming up. Okay, great. I'd like to read the citation, please. Be it hereby known to all that the Somerville City Council and Mayor offer their sincerest commendations to Bishop Henry Moultrie II on the auspicious occasion of his retirement after 45 years of pastoral leadership to the Somerville community as the founder and pastor of the Mission Church of our Lord Jesus Christ. He has prayerfully served thousands of people with spiritual, theological, emotional, financial, and physical support. The councilors and the mayor offer their gratitude and extend their best wishes for a happy retirement.
Madam President, and to all here assembled, the councils, all of the councilors, and to all in attendance here tonight, I humble myself before God Almighty and express my deepest appreciation for what is being done here tonight. And the only thing I can say is to God be the glory. I want to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to Mayor Curtatone. He has been a tremendous inspiration to me. I extend my appreciation to all here, portions of the congregation that are present here tonight, and we certainly appreciate this auspicious occasion. Thank you so very much to Councilman Ewan. Thank you so very much. And I missed tonight Chief Fallon. Known him down through the years. He's the chief of the Somerville Police Department. And I was just looking, and he and I think he's an Air Force veteran. And we have negotiated a very close, friendly relationship. And I extend my prayers that the Lord will watch over these fine gentlemen who are putting their lives on the line, protecting and serving this city as policemen. And we will negotiate special prayer for you. Those, it's reminiscent of being promoted. I think tonight is promotion, and it's reminiscent of when I was promoted as a captain in Vietnam. It goes way back, but may God bless you and your families. And thank you so very much. The 2 minutes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a 5-minute recess. This council is back in session. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the next item?
Madam President, item number 4 is a citation submitted by City Councilor White and the Mayor congratulating the patronage of St. Joseph Church, Somerville's first Roman Catholic parish, now celebrating 150 years of faithful service to the community.
Councilor White.
Thank you, Madam President. Father Brian is unable to be here. I will be delivering this on October 6th. The Cardinal is actually coming to celebrate a Mass in honor of the 150 years of service, and there will be a celebration afterwards. St. Joseph's, to me, is a very interesting symbol of what happened in the city of Somerville. You know, a lot of folks today are concerned about immigrants and how they relate and fit into society and how society either welcomes them or don't. When the Irish Catholics came to Somerville back in the 1850s, they faced tremendous discrimination, both because of their religion and, you know, their economic situation. There was very serious discrimination in the city of Somerville. I have an uncle who, he passed away many years ago, but he probably went to school in Somerville in the early 1900s, probably around 1915 or so. Back then, he said the old school marms used to put either a P or a C next to the student's name to designate what religion they had. There were plenty of signs that said Irish need not apply. So naturally, the church became a symbol and a center for the community, and was at its height, it provided tremendous services. You had the church with a number of priests. There was a convent. There was the elementary school. I believe there was a girls' high school there as well. And of course, as the situations changed, the number of parishioners has declined, but yet it is still there serving, a very valuable service to the community. And now it used to be a separate parish, but now all the parishes in Somerville have consolidated, and there's actually a new name for the consolidated parish, which is St. Louis and Zélie Martin Parish. And St. Joe's is still there. It's working hard, and it's now outreaching to the new members of our community. So, and I do want to dispel a rumor. When people saw this, they thought Councilor Rossetti and I were baptized the first year the church was open, but that's not true. 150 years. But anyway, again, I want to thank the parishioners and the parish itself, and I will be bringing this on Sunday.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Councilor Scott moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking item 18 out of order. Seeing no further discussion on that, that item is taken out of order. Councilor Scott. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Yes, item number 18 is a report of the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, which met on September 23rd.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. We met on September 23rd for a little over 4 hours to take up 3 items for discussion and 6 candidates for promotion. I'm going to go ahead and give the report here and ask for approval of the report. And once the council acts on that report, I will then introduce each of the candidates for promotion, invite them to come up once at a time to sign with Mr. Long, along with the people who will be joining them for pinning. We did meet. We went first into executive session to discuss strategy and litigation matters for the city related to some pending civil service actions, and then also had some conversation about civil service eligibility. There had been some confusion in a prior meeting about why some people who had veterancy status didn't actually receive that bonus on their application, and so it had been at the bottom of a very long list where otherwise they might have been hired much earlier. So appreciate the clarifications given there. And then we undertook, as I said, the 6 promotions. 4 of those were approved unanimously. That would be the Officer Paul Anderson to Sergeant, Officer Michael Capasso to Lieutenant, or Sergeant Michael Capasso to the position of Lieutenant, Sergeant Michael Holland to the position of Lieutenant, and Lieutenant Levy to the position of Captain. One was approved on a 4-to-1 vote. That was Officer. No, I do not want to get this one wrong. Officer Schneider to sergeant, and one was not recommended. One was was voted down. That was the promotion of Sergeant Kiley to lieutenant. So if this report is accepted as written, those will be the actions we'll undertake, and I'll introduce each of the candidates individually.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the committee report is approved. And Councillor Scott.
Great. I will go ahead and start at the top of the order here. We have first, I'd like to invite Officer Paul Anderson to come up for the position of sergeant. He'll be joined by his wife, Michelle, and their daughter, Riley. Officer Anderson has a background in military service, also holds 2 master's degrees, and served 6 years in the Somerville Police Department. He's very committed to teen empowerment, and in our conversation he spoke specifically to the importance of professionalism and the real value of getting to know the business owners on his beat and staying close to the neighborhoods that he operated in. The whole committee was very impressed, and we're happy to recommend him for promotion.
Officer, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent on you as a sergeant in the Police Department of the City of Somerville, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. We're going to ask you to sign a statement to that effect, please. Right there. Congratulations, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up will be Officer Devin Schneider up for promotion to sergeant. He'll be joined by his wife, Lori Schneider, and their 4-year-old Benjamin. Is Benjamin not here? Oh. I have a 4-year-old, so I can absolutely appreciate the difficulty in wrangling one. Officer Schneider has also a history of military service, 8 years on Somerville Police Department, is currently a member of the COBRA unit, the Cops on Bikes Regional Assistance Unit, and also has extensive experience as a field training officer. I actually see some of his junior people here who are here to support him during this promotion. I think the number is about 12% of the current Somerville Police Department has had him as a FTO or a mentor. So he's been transmitting the important values that he sees to policing, protecting lives and property. So the committee is glad to recommend Officer Schneider for promotion to sergeant tonight.
Officer, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent on you as a sergeant in the Police Department of the City of Somerville, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Very good. I will ask you to sign a statement to that effect. Right there, sir. Congratulations, Sergeant.
Any family or friends who want to come up here too, more than welcome to move in here and take pictures if you'd like.
Madam President, I'm going to have to ask for Chair One back just so I can make this faster during the victory laps next time. Next up is Sergeant Michael Capasso. Extensive experience, 11 years on Somerville Police Department, 4 years as a sergeant. Just a heck of a guy, a real character who is from the neighborhood, appreciates the neighborhood, and specifically spoke to the importance of his work in the crisis intervention piece of it. Talked about the primacy of mental health issues on these calls and how at foundation, most of these calls have mental health issues, and it's really important to understand that and bring that lens to policing. It's exactly the kind of viewpoint that we're excited to see advance in the ranks of leadership. So the committee is pleased to recommend Sergeant Michael Capasso to the rank of lieutenant.
Sergeant, do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent on you as a lieutenant in the police department of the city of Somerville, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I will.
Very good. I will ask you to sign, please, to that effect, right there by that X. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
And he's joined by his wife, Julie, and his son, Dominic. I don't want to leave another 4-year-old out for a shout-out here. Next up is Sergeant Michael Holland. He's had 12 years on the Somerville Police Department and also has a history of military service. For the last 3 years, he has been a sergeant with the department. He is joined by his daughters, Charlotte, Alexis, and Olivia. It's rare, I think, to have somebody who is in such a public-facing position who finds a way to connect with all the different people that he has an opportunity to interact with. Sometimes in some extremely stressful situations, part of our discussion was the importance not just of having a soft touch, but of going back and clearly communicating what has happened, what is going to happen, and what's coming next. That kind of commitment to bringing the communication full circle helps people to have faith and confidence in the system and comfort, even in some pretty uncomfortable situations. So I'm excited to see how this goes forward in the leadership, and the committee is happy to recommend Sergeant Michael Holland to the position of lieutenant.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent on you as a lieutenant in the police department of the city of Somerville, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Please step forward and sign a statement to that effect right there. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
I hear they practice that move at home before coming tonight. Finally, on the docket tonight is Lieutenant Rich Levy, who will be joined tonight by his wife, Denise. Lieutenant Levy has the longest service, 18 years on the Somerville Police Department. 4 of those years service as a sergeant, 4 of those as a lieutenant, also has a master's degree. And, the night shift on the Somerville PD is a pretty special group. They, just due to the seniority rules, it's home to a lot of the most junior members of the force, and to some people who just really want to be there. And it's a pretty tight-knit community. Some people say that in any job that's so public-facing, you're going to have some people who aren't going to be your friends. There's going to be some complaints at some point. I know that we all get them. But Lieutenant Levy really believes that it's not a matter of if you don't have any complaints, you're not doing your job. He really also commits to that soft touch, but also making sure that the rules are understood, the boundaries are clear, and I think that clear communication goes a long way to everybody understanding at the end of the day it was a fair and equitable process. So This is a man that I haven't heard anybody have a single bad word to say about, and that's a hell of a thing in the city of Somerville. So, my highest congratulations to Lieutenant Levy. The committee is happy to recommend him to the position of captain tonight.
Lieutenant, do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent on you as a captain in the police department of the city of Somerville, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the penalties of perjury? Very good, sir. I will ask you to sign right by that X. Congratulations, Captain.
Thank you.
All right. Madam President, one further item. I would also absolutely want to extend my thanks to the command staff who was present for the meeting last night, or on Monday night, for their preparation and for their commitment to this process. It's a really deep scrutiny that we give these candidates because we understand the importance of these roles in the police department. We appreciate everybody's transparency and commitment to it. I would like to request a short recess here so that people can give photos.
Yes. So we'll go into recess. Please feel free to come up, take photos. 5 minutes. This council is back in session. Councillor White moves to take items 16, 17, and 30 out of order. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is taken out of order. Councillor White. I'm sorry, I did it again. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Actually, Madam President, what I would ask is that 16 and 17 be consolidated, and then we'll deal with the other one after those two.
Thank you. Yes.
Very good. Item number 16, Madam President, is a resolution submitted by Councillor White supporting House Bill 2848, which is an act to ensure gas safety and consumer fairness. And item number 17 is a resolution supported by Councillor White supporting House Bill 2849 and Senate Bill 1940, those being an act for utility transition to using renewable energy in the future.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam President. As we know, we have a committed group in the city known as Mothers Out Front who have been working quite hard to address the health impacts from natural gas leakage. And both of these two items were actually submitted by them by means of requesting, asking that the City Council move forward in resolution supporting these two items. That was before my committee in Public Utilities and Public Works, and the administration actually sent these two resolutions to us, and then as a matter of basically a parliamentary slip-up on my part, it was not referred back to the Public Utilities and Public Works Committee and was placed on file. So as a result, I resubmitted these two resolutions. And it's important to say also that the administration and all of us, Elis Garcia, is very much in support of these two. So what I would like to do is sponsor representatives from Mothers Out Front to come forward if any of them wish to speak on this.
Councilors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Bonnie Cohen. I'm a mom, a physician, and a member of Mothers Out Front, and I'm here to urge the council to pass these two resolutions in support of the gas leaks bill and the future bill tonight. In 11 days, my son Shay will turn 5. A couple of months ago, he accompanied me to an action calling out National Grid for failing to follow through on their agreement to find and fix the biggest leaks that are spilling 50% of all the 7% of leaks around the state that are spilling 50% of all the leaked methane. I talked to Shay about the importance of keeping a promise, about our need to protect each other and the earth, and speak out about what we feel is right. He was excited to be carrying the big colorful sign, but it wasn't obvious to me at the time what he as a 4-year-old would take away from the experience. Then, a couple of days later, when we were driving, he called out urgently to me from his car seat. "Mom," he said, pointing to a large dead tree, "leaking gas killed that tree. That's rude. Trees are important." So I share this story to remind us all what Greta Thunberg said so powerfully to the UN General Assembly on Monday. Our children are watching us. And without bold political action, what we are showing them is complicity in the climate disaster. Fracked gas is dangerous. Explosions like the one in the Merrimack Valley can happen in any town with any gas company. Leaking gas suffocates trees, and we towns pay to remove and replace them. Our aging infrastructure compounds the problem with tens of thousands of gas leaks. And every year there are as many new leaks found as repaired. We've really made no significant progress on the total number of leaks in the last half-decade, and we ratepayers are paying for the leaked gas. These acts enable this city and other cities like ours to better manage road construction and public safety by working with gas companies more effectively in repairing and monitoring gas leaks. They strengthen the voice of cities and towns at the Department of Public Utilities and provide our city with financial recourse for trees killed by gas. And they strengthen our economy and create jobs by incentivizing gas companies to invest in and provide renewable and affordable thermal energy and improve energy efficiency. Back to my son Shay, there are things I wish that he would never have to learn about, like war, for example. When I talk to him about things like this, I tell him it's wrong. It hurts a lot of people, but we're working to end all war. so no one gets hurt anymore. And now, when he comes upon something that doesn't seem right to him, he asks me, are we working to end that? I love that he has that expectation. When it comes to flooding, sea level rise, mass extinction, devastation by storms, death by gas explosions, destruction by wildfires, and a continual prioritization of short-term profits over all forms of life, we can bet our children will ask, are we working to end this? And I imagine we all want to be able to look them in the eye and say emphatically, unequivocally, yes, we are doing everything we can to end this. So let's do this together, unanimously. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the items? Councillor White, or Mr. Clerk, I'd like to sign on. The entire City Council would like to sign on. Thank you. Councillor White?
And now number 30.
Councillor White moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking item 30 out of order. Seeing no opposition, that item is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item number 30 is a request of the mayor requesting approval of a time extension for the contract with Suffolk Construction for high school construction manager services running to December 31, 2021.
Councillor White.
Thank you. I understand that Mr. Raish is here, and I'd sponsor him to speak to the item.
Good evening, Mr. Raish.
Good evening, Madam President, Chairman White. Thank you for your record. My name is Richard Raish, Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management. As you know, we're well underway with the construction of the high school, and it is actually one of a handful of projects in the state that have actually proceeded under alternative delivery. Usually we do a design, bid, build. With this one, we brought the constructor, the construction project manager, Suffolk, on board early. So they've been with us through design under continuing amendments to keep the project going. We are now ready. We've got everything defined. We're ready to lock down what is called the guaranteed maximum price, the GMP. And along with that are milestone dates for completion of the high school in phases. Because this is a long duration project, longer than 3 years, we need council approval to extend the contract into December 31st of 2021. Therefore, we're here tonight asking for council's approval for that extension beyond the 3-year period so that we can now sign our GMP with Suffolk. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I have a question. So that is the project on schedule?
Madam President, we did have a revised schedule because of the unforeseen asbestos after the demo of the C Wing building and excavation of foundations for the Phase 1 building. That caused an impact to the phased implementation, the phase schedule, but the overall move-in dates and final construction dates have not changed. So our big milestones are that 1 year from now, the building will be fully occupied and working. So when school starts next year, building will be moved in. At that time, we'll be demolishing the wings of the high school that are vacated and beginning construction of the plaza and the soccer field, which will be substantially completed for summer of 2021.
So the project is not delayed, but I'm sorry again, but we need to extend the contract?
Through the chair, yes. So by city charter, we can only sign a contract of a 3-year duration. This project was always going to be longer than a 3-year duration, but we hadn't had a need to come forward to get that formal extension until this milestone.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, colleagues, if you'll bear with me, we're taking a few items out of order. So, next, Actually, we will go to item 5, and then we will take license and permit committee report. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item 5 is a public hearing on a grand location application submitted by Eversource to install 34 feet of conduit in Washington Street from a pole to a point of pickup at 105 Washington Street.
I now declare this part of the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the petition?
Would like to install 34 feet of conduit in Washington Street to supply electric service to 105 Washington Street.
Seeing no one else, I declare that part of the public hearing closed. Is there anyone here to speak against the petition? Seeing no one, I declare that part of the public hearing closed and the entire public hearing closed. Councilor Rossetti, as Chair of License and Permits, how would you like to proceed?
Madam President, thank you. This is for new service to a structure. Everything has been properly signed off and approved by the necessary departments here in the city. I've received confirmation from Clerk Long that, yes, everything is in order. So barring any objection from any of my colleagues, nobody else is, did you ask if there was anybody else here to speak on it? Thank you. Seeing that nobody is here to speak in opposition, I recommend approval this evening.
Is there any further discussion? Councilor Scott.
So I'm going to talk about Union Square for the next 20 minutes. No, I'm not going to talk that long. As you recall, at the encouragement of Director of Engineering at our last meeting, we released the embargo on permits based on the expectation of completion of the project in Union Square by a deadline that would save the city another $250,000 in late fees. That deadline was not met, which is time is money on these projects. However, I was informed today that as of about 5 o'clock this afternoon, the necessary work in Union Square to at least move us to the next phase has been completed. So I am grateful for Eversource's efforts on that particular piece, and I hope they will be more timely on the future we need down the road on that project.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved. Councilor Rossetti moves to suspend the rules to take item 22 out of order. Seeing no discussion, item 22 is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item 22 is a report of Committee on Licenses and Permits, which met last night, September 25.
Councilor Rossetti.
Madam President, thank you, and thank you to Ms. Duffy for staying beyond her hearing because we may need her for this report. Members in attendance for our meeting last evening included myself, Councilor Barr, and Councilor Scott. Also joining us was Mr. Long, our city clerk, Commissioner Steve McEachran from the DPW. Representing Externet was Rosanna Ferrante. Representing Eversource, Jackie Duffy. And our clerk that evening was Mr. Forsalise. The report is online and viewable. Some of the items that we did discuss that evening was a submission by Eversource to install 135 feet of conduit in Medford Street from manhole 12138 to a point of pickup at 340 Medford Street. At the public hearing, we had referred this to committee because we had heard concern from a direct abutter. This request would bring electricity to the GLX station at Gilman Square. Mr. Long had since the hearing spoken to that direct abutter, who let our clerk know that he did meet with an Eversource representative just 2 days ago, I believe. And he felt like they listened to him and they were going to look into the concerns that the resident raised. We had Ms. Duffy here in the room. She didn't know anything more about the result of Eversource, if they had discovered anything that could assist the gentleman. So with that, I recommended that we keep the item in committee. I will complete the report and then go back to this item, if I may, Madam President. The next item we discussed that evening was 208676, a submission by Externet to install wireless small cell antenna at Bradley Street adjacent to Jackson Road. We had 2 Externet items. The next was a submission by them as well to replace a pole at Trum Playground at 546 Broadway, as well as installing this small cell antenna. So with the first request, it is an antenna that is to go on a pole that is currently in place, and the legislation at this time reads that we must act within 60 days of submission date, and this request was submitted on July 29th. Ms. Ferrante from Externet did give us some elaborations and explanations on the putting these small cell antennas in our community. She anticipates that for this calendar year, we could be receiving 40 to 50 requests of such installations from this company that may not totally be installed until by next spring, but the request, she anticipates 40 to 50 of these to come before us. The committee did, I did remind the committee and the representative from Externet that we have a draft ordinance sitting in Legislative Matters. I had consulted with the chair of Legislative Matters after his first meeting on this item, which I'm sure we'll hear further from him this evening on his report. But it is still in committee. There was some questions raised, so they are still addressing that. Given the time factor on this particular request, we did approve that item. But the next one for the Trump Field location is looking to replace a pole. And given that the replacement of the pole, that falls into the 90-day from submission date, this body must act on. So that we had extensive discussion again with the representative from Externet on this particular request. Commissioner McEachran joined us at the table. He helped with some elaboration and explanation on his end as it relates to these requests. We were concerned, Councillor Scott raised concern with the new pole coming up. You know, would it match, would the lighting match and be similar to the other poles at the Trump Field area? We know we've spent quite a bit of money in the past on renovating Trump Field. She couldn't quite answer that question, and Mr. McEachran said that there were conditions in the request before us that they must match, but she agreed that she would go back to her company, reiterate the concerns of the committee and Mr. McEachran to be sure that everything is acceptable to the DPW commissioner before installation begins. So given that, we kept this item in committee, and I did ask the representative to update our clerk, Mr. Long, who will then update myself as chair so that we can determine when we can call the continued discussion on that item. The next item was related to Eversource and an installation of 76 feet of conduit in the Farragut Ave area. If to remind my colleagues, at the public hearing, we had abutters who raised some questions that and concern of the dangerousness of the pole because there are multiple wires. Madam President, you did forward to me, which I did share with the committee, and we viewed those photographs in committee last evening. It makes one wonder, you know, how can this continue to happen? There had to have been 100 wires pulling and leaning and dangling and going through trees. And unfortunately, what we learned from Commissioner McEachran is the city of Boston had a court case as it relates to the legalities of the localities, you know, insisting that these dead wires be taken down from our, you know, Comcast, RCN, Eversource, whomever may be putting these wires up. Because as residents come and go, you know, I may live there now and I have RCN, I leave, the next renter, you know, wants Comcast, so the RCN line stays up there. Comcast comes along and reinstalls a line for the request by the new resident, and this goes on and on and on. So clearly this location in Farragut Ave has had a lot of mobility. Unfortunately, Boston lost its case as it related to the localities demanding that these dead wires come down. So we had extensive discussion with the commissioner and with Ms. Duffy on the concern. You know, she too raised an eyebrow when she saw the photographs, and especially as it went through trees. Councillor Scott requested that Eversource provide additional information regarding their feeds, and we had 2 residents join us that evening in the area who gave additional photographs and additional concerns. Mr. Bogage and Mr. Rosedale, and we thank them for joining us. They sat at the table with us and helped drive the conversation. So there was a motion moved that the city solicitor advise the Committee on License and Permits regarding utility communication dead drops throughout the city, and also provide background and the status of the low-voltage court cases initiated by the City of Boston. That motion was unanimously approved. I would request, I said this at the meeting, and I'm hoping, Mr. Long, you remember, when you forward, if this report is accepted and approved by my colleagues, when you forward that particular motion to Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright in the solicitor's office, if you could also encourage him to communicate with Commissioner McEachran, who said he would be happy to explain this Boston case to our legal department so that they can get moving quicker on this for an answer back to this board. Madam Chair, the last item was a submission by Eversource. Excuse me, Madam Chair, Madam President. On that particular item, because although we learned that legally we couldn't demand the correction of this, there was concern by members of the committee what your take would be on it. How would you like the committee to move? Would you still like us to approve? What do you want to wait for opinion from legal? So what we chose at the encouragement of Councillor Scott was to discharge that item with no recommendation. So there is no recommendation from committee on that item, and that's one of the reasons I asked Ms. Duffy to stay this evening beyond the public hearing. Lastly, we discussed a request by Eversource for a conduit to go at Murdoch Street. And again, at that public hearing that we held here, if you recall, we again had abutters who raised some concern, and therefore we referred this to committee so we could have further follow-up on it. I want to thank Councillor Niedergang did forward to me photographs that he went and took so that we could see there is the pole in question here for the neighbor is obstructing their ability to easily get in and out of their driveway. So the neighbor didn't want to, the neighbor wanted to be sure, and she and her husband sent communication after that hearing to be sure that we understood. They were not in opposition to the request because the developer has been working very well with them as neighbors, but they were hopeful that this pole could be relocated at the time of this development happening and this request before us. What we learned through Mr. McEachran, who joined us at the table for this meeting, that because the pole was installed when the driveway was already in place, it would be at the cost of the customer to request that pole to be relocated at an approximate cost of $25,000. So that was very discouraging and disheartening. The developer did let the committee know that he had worked with the neighbor a few months back to allow an egress and a way for them to get into their driveway from the development side property to make life a little bit more easier for this neighbor. So it's unfortunate. That being told, the committee moved to approve that item. I will speak with you, Councillor Niedergang, after the meeting and how you want to, I didn't want to get in touch with the constituent before I gave the report to see where the report went. So, Madam President, I move to approve, if we could approve the report as presented, but I do have some follow-up on two of the items with Ms. Duffy.
Any discussion on the committee report? Councillor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilor Rossetti, for that excellent report. I just wanted to add something for everybody's information on the 5G small cell emplacements, since we'll probably be hearing a lot from constituents about this going forward. So I will be reporting on the discussion, our initial discussion on the ordinance that the administration developed. But just in line with what Councilor Rossetti said, there is a small wireless facility design standards that the administration has submitted along with the ordinance, and that will establish design standards for things like light poles so that they will fit in with the city. So when we pass the ordinance, and I'm hoping we do, we will be able to recommend it at a committee at our next meeting on October 3rd. That would be in place. But I just want to let you know that this ordinance does precious little beyond these kinds of very small design standards. This ordinance is not going to prevent XNet or anybody else from putting these facilities in place. I'll say more about it with my report, but I just wanted to mention that since we'll all be hearing from constituents about concerns on this going forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the committee report is approved. Now, on the item, Council Rossetti, you had some.
So, Madam President, on discharging item number 208800, the Farragut Avenue dilemma, quite honestly, I did receive communication from Ms. Duffy, representing Eversource, that actually I will allow her, I want to thank you, Jackie, for sending me the email, but I would ask that she communicate, especially to you, Madam President, where this is in your ward, the update on that particular item.
I had sent one of the owners, Ann Mary Jo, the Comcast contact and the Verizon contact. The pole that's in question in the backyard is only Comcast and Verizon is on it. We're not on the pole. It's covered in trees, so you can't even tell it it's a pole. So I gave them the pole number so they want to get rid of the low-hanging wires.
Okay, so thank you. So that's a pole that's in the
back.
yard, in the back, but we're still talking about the pole
So they have
that's
the
on the
contacts
street.
to see if they can get rid of some of the wires on the top, because they're not ours. They're all the ones that,
But the web of wires is on the street.
is mostly Verizon, Comcast, Xfinity, and RCN.
And all the other wires, how many wires does Eversource have on the pole?
We're above it. We have primary and secondaries and house services, but the ones that are hanging below, that's all communication.
Council Rossetti, have you spoken to the constituents? Because I only heard about this a couple of hours ago, because we've all been in meetings since last night. So have the constituents responded back to the email that you forwarded them?
No, they didn't answer me today.
Okay. So I would really like an opportunity to talk to the constituents. So what I'd like to do is just refer this back to committee.
Okay.
And then we can report out on it at our next session, which is on the October 10th.
Madam President, if I may, I'll be happy to take it back in committee through you to Ms. Duffy. Jackie, your email, I just want to make sure I understood it clearly. You shared with us the contact information people from, I think it was Comcast and Verizon.
Verizon, right.
But I also was led to believe, by the way you replied to me, was that you also had put a shout out and a reach out to them as well.
I did.
Is that true?
I did.
Okay. Did they give you a confirmation number, or you don't get that?
No, I just sent the email today.
Okay. All right. So you and I can talk later, Madam President, as we did before in another case, but I'd be happy to have this sit in committee until we get some resolution. One more point through you, Madam President. I can't recall if I asked you this in committee, Jackie. You're the primary and secondary wires at the very top, but are there multiple wires, some of which might be dead wires?
No.
None. Okay. All right. Madam President, I'll be glad to
Thank
have
you.
it in committee. But I don't want Ms. Duffy to leave. There's yet another.
Okay. The floor is yours, Councilor Rossetti.
So on the item that is still in committee of the Medford Street manhole in the pole and the constituent who had concern, and thank you again, Ms. Duffy. You did send me communication today that Eversource has put in a request. If I recall what your email to me was, is that Eversource confirmed to you that they have put in a work order request for
Yes.
attention to be done on that manhole and have it looked at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Madam President, through you, I would ask you if you could track that and continue to update me.
Yes.
Because I'm going to keep this in committee until I hear, and I assume that Eversource will also be communicating with the gentleman who sat with your colleagues.
Yes.
So that if you could update myself and that gentleman, and I'm going to keep this in committee until I appreciate that there's a work order in, but I want to make sure it doesn't linger and sit, that there is attention given. So I'd be grateful if you could do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, we still have a couple of items that we need to take out of order. So I think what I'll do is I'll move on to the summer visions, and then Councilor White, because the city solicitor just left the chambers, We'll do the finance report with the executive session or potential executive session after that. Okay? So, Councillor Hirsch moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking item 49 out of order. Seeing no further discussion, that item is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item number 49 is a communication from the senior planner requesting to appear before this council to provide an update on the Summer Vision 2040 process.
Ms. Woods, nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this evening. My apologies to everyone that has already heard me speak once this evening. I'm Melissa Woods, Senior Planner in the Mayor's Office of Strategic Planning, and I'm here this evening with Victor Nascimento, Community Outreach Coordinator, and community member and Summer Vision Co-Chair Rachel Borgatti to give you an update on Summer Vision. I do want to mention the other team members that can't be here this evening, Lauren Drago, Courtney Desir, and the two other co-chairs, Howard Horton and Steph Amon. I will be giving you an update on process, and then Victor will describe some of the ways in which Summer Vision 2040 is an update to the Summer Vision 2030 plan, and Rachel will touch on her experience on the Summer Vision Committee. You have in front of you, or will
Excuse
shortly.
me, just one moment. I don't
Sure.
have a copy. Could I get a copy?
It's being passed around? Oh no, I'm so sorry. I thought I brought a lucky number 13, which would have been extra. My apologies.
Thank you.
Well, now you have in front of you a graphic and description of the public process that we've conducted so far and will be finishing up over the rest of the year. And our intent has always been to engage people where and when they're at. Those that can dedicate more time might be serving on our 70-person Summer Vision Committee, whereas those that might not have as much time are giving feedback on quick points of engagement like the Summer Vision card game, which you may have seen staff at local area festivals. And you can catch us one more time at Gilman Square Block Party this weekend. And then for others that are in between, there are things like the forums. We've engaged Portuguese speakers, high schoolers, and artists to learn what's important to them about Somerville over the next 20 years. We're at a really exciting time in the process. The Summer Vision working groups are working on concluding their topic chapters. They're due on October 1st, which is next Tuesday. This is the outcome of months' worth of work and incorporates the collective outreach that we've done so far. We've conducted summer suppers, which were an opportunity for people to invite friends, neighbors, maybe even strangers into their home over a meal and talk about the Somerville that they want to see. This includes knowledge from the two-day conference, where we dove into the hot topics of municipal finance and the important topics like equity and policymaking. It also includes the numerous discussions that the Summer Vision Committee has been having with one another, both in their working groups and with the group as a whole. We are looking forward to the next public meeting, which is on October 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Winter Hill Community School cafeteria. Staff and at least one member of each working group will be available to talk to the public about their topic chapters in an open house style format. Of course, the chapters will also be posted online at summervision2040.com. Later next month, we will be engaging the committee on the Summer Vision numbers and working towards a draft release by the end of the year. With that, let me introduce Victor, and he will present some of the takeaways thus far.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight. So I'm just going to give you a really quick overview of what are some of the key things we've learned so far, and I think in how this process is adding on to what was done in Summer Vision 2030 process. As many of our long-term residents have brought up with us during our outreach process, a lot has changed in the city in the last 10 years. And we also have a lot of newcomers, and it's been really exciting for us to see how many folks who are participating in our events, as well as being parts of the Summer Vision Committee, have lived here for 5, 2, or even just 1 year, but are so excited to become part of this community and to have their opinions become part of the comprehensive document. So given that context, we were really thinking about two questions in regards to Summer Vision 2030 and how we approach this update. One was what was missing or needed to be explored further. And the second one was what has become more urgent or a higher priority to our community since that process 10 years ago. We've received hundreds of answers that speak to both of those questions, and I'm just going to mention a few standout trends that we've seen so far. So we've heard from the community that we needed to tackle equity more directly and that we needed to speak about it with more clear language. So we took 3 steps in Summer Vision 2040 to take in that feedback. One was that we heard from the community that celebrating diversity was not strong enough wording when we consider the context today where a lot of communities are afraid of displacement. And so we rephrased that value a little bit to talk about to say, protect and foster the diversity of our people, culture, housing, and economy, to recognize that we really need to fight to protect the diversity if we want to keep it. As part of our training with the Summer Vision Committee, we held 2 workshops to explore definitions of equity. It's a term that people talk about often, but it can be difficult to define exactly what we mean by it, and we wanted to explore that question intentionally. And we talked about some of the underlying foundations of what equity means, including concepts like implicit bias, a history of redlining, systemic racism, as well as tools to engage in social perspective taking. We provided all topic chapter groups with a document guide to help them walk through any goals or proposals they have through key equity considerations. And finally, we required each group to list at least 2 goals that were purposely aimed at addressing historical inequities in Somerville. The second thing I'll highlight is health, which we felt was only discussed in broad terms in the original plan. And so we brought in health and human services staff to meet with our committee and provide guidance in how they could apply a health lens and consider specific public health impacts of any goals that they proposed. A third highlight is housing affordability, which has been the most brought up subject across all of our forums and surveys, particularly when we've spoken to immigrants and renters. This was also an important topic in Summer Vision 2030, but we believe what we're seeing is that the sense of urgency with which our community thinks about that issue has changed in the past 10 years, as well as how high up the priority list a lot of our community members place it. And we believe that documenting that change in urgency will help guide us towards bolder and bigger solutions. Lastly, I will say that by creating spaces that were small and dedicated to certain groups, like the forums and the summer suppers, we were really able to hear specific concerns from certain populations that we don't necessarily hear as much otherwise. We heard from low-income teens that they really need help getting part-time jobs because for their families, that's a crucial part of their income. It's not just something that they would do to gain a little extra money. We've heard from young people of color that while our high school is very diverse, they're worried about too much racial segregation between placement tracks, like honors and advanced placement. We heard from our immigrant community that representation in government is key for them to feel like this is an inclusive city. And so they're talking about strategies to attract more minorities to work in the city staff and participate in boards and committees. And we heard from many immigrants that learning English is important to advance in their professions, but many can't afford ESL classes. So they talked about the challenge of long wait lists for free ESL classes. And a lot of immigrant mothers talked about how even if the classes are free, if there is no childcare available, it's just impossible for them to take those classes. So there's a lot more examples like that of ideas that our community has brought up that we believe are worth investigating further and documenting. Most folks we've spoken to were not involved in the Summer Vision 2030 process. So part of updating this comprehensive plan is about giving us an opportunity to hear from them in broad terms about what they think is important, as opposed to the usually project-specific feedback that we tend to seek otherwise. So I encourage all of you to visit summervision2040.com and read the full feedback we've had. We've documented everything that we've heard from the community. So next up, I would like to invite Rachel Bogatti. She is one of our Summer Vision Committee co-chairs. She is also captain of the Public Space and Natural Environment team. and she is chair of the Somerville Conservation Commission. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me tonight. I have no idea how you have the endurance for these. I had a lot of energy, but I'll make it through. So thank you again. Again, I'm Rach Borgatti. So the planners asked me to speak a little bit about the experience of being part of the Summer Vision working group and as co-chair. And I have to say that one of my great surprises about it is just how excited, engaged people are, especially the folks on the working group. There's approximately 70 of us, and you know, whether folks have been in my group, whether folks have been here for 3 generations or are an employee of a company that work in Somerville, or you know, some short-termer, you know, someone like me that rents, has only been here for 10 years, lives in a 1-bedroom apartment with 2 children, just like the old school folks. You know, we've all been in it together, and I think it's really amazing how excited and engaged people have, and how passionate people have advocated for both their self-interest, but for their communities. You know, we had to go through this rigorous application process. Lots of people, I have lots of friends who applied who didn't make it in, and we don't let them come to meetings, which is probably better for them. No, just kidding. You know, we had a 2-day conference, and again, a ton of evening meetings and a ton of conversations in between. You know, and you know, we may not agree on a lot of things, and there may be compromises that we made, or the planners, Melissa and Victor and Lauren and Courtney have all been very kind to say, if you really can't solve something, just write it down, talk about the different perspectives, and we'll figure it out as a larger community. So we're not quite there yet, even though the deadline is next Tuesday, but we're inching towards it, and I'm confident that at least the majority of the groups will have something that's final drafty by that date. I'd say the only concern that I have is, despite the, you know, the phenomenal job that everyone's done with the summer suppers. I hosted 3 summer suppers, and they were all people I didn't know, and it was fantastic to get people together. It was very community building. But, you know, forums, surveys, games, I still think we have a little bit of, you know, one thing to keep an eye out for is that, you know, I think it was Winston Churchill who said, you know, history is written by the victors, and I think there is, while we've tried to fill the gaps of the diversity in the group, those 70 folks are very much self-selected people who can afford to take evenings off and make time to do that. You know, it's harder for, it's definitely not a homogenous group, but you know, you do get a little bit of a sense of who the people who go to community meetings, the people who are already engaged, are largely the folks who are engaged in this process. So I look forward to seeing how we incorporate a lot of that feedback that's been given, that Victor has been talking about, and making sure that those are represented, since this is a resident writing group. And I think on the whole, my overall, since I have the platform literally right now, is that I think I think there still is more work to do in the city on thinking about community engagement, equity and diversity, you know, lived experience, not just representation. And so trying to think of more interesting, unique ways. I'm not a planner, but I think there's you know, technology and a variety of other ways to engage people. Instead of saying, sorry, you couldn't make the community meeting where you're supposed to give feedback, or you didn't know how to like really write up something for 30, 40-page document. Sorry, you don't get to be engaged. So I think there still is a little bit of work, but I think we will get through it. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for having this job. It's really intense, so thank you.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, and thank you for this update, and also thank you for for Rachel and the work of all the volunteers, as well as the city staff who work many more than 40 hours a week. My main kind of question about Summer Vision is how do we fit in as the board, because we're council, because we're certainly thinking about a lot of these big picture policy issues, and I'm wondering how do we shape the document before it becomes a more final draft? And my particular concern is about the metrics. So I served on the Open Space Task Force, and it was clear to me, the Open Space Creation Task Force, it was clear to me that it's that's a very, very big question that we as a community, we as a council need to grapple with, which is how do you balance the different priorities given that they're all competing for resources. And I was, in retrospect, troubled that the 2030 Summer Vision housing, they didn't have a really concrete affordable housing goal. It was only 1% of new units created would be affordable, which would lead us to us having only 10% overall affordable units. And I want to see my number one goal with Summer Vision 2040 is that there's a clear stake in the ground saying we need 30% affordable units, deed restricted units, we need 20%, and then knowing that that metric will drive, I hope, and should drive staff resources to give us a roadmap with some tough options that we can take to achieve that goal in a period of time. So how can we contribute and mesh like our visions?
Absolutely. Through the chair, we reached out to the council in January to seek representation from your constituencies. Councilor Hirsch and Emba are members of our Summer Vision Council and will be at the metrics meeting at the end of October, hopefully. I know your schedules are very busy. And we look for participation to give feedback about what we should be measuring. That's the Summer Vision card game that I mentioned that we right now have over 400 responses. So it's been a very well-received game. People are willing to take a moment and tell us what's important to them. And we'll be seeking feedback through the numbers with the draft that will be released, the first unveiling. And we're hoping to ground those by using a software to help us look at the city overall and give a more comprehensive view than Summer Vision 2030.
Councilor Hirsch.
So just to follow up, I don't know if my colleagues agree with this, but that's a really interesting and awesome community engagement process to solicit a kind of community vision. But we're here as part of a political process, and I personally would like to have a chance to say this is what we hope the metrics are. Well, it's in draft form, and then when it gets to a more final form, I would like to have this council to have an opportunity to formally adopt or send back for revision the metrics, because I have seen that they are so important in terms of all the stuff we're trying to do in terms of making laws, passing budgets, and so I think that's my own personal feeling, is that I would like us to have a seat at the table when that, before and after that draft comes out, as opposed to just serving as a member.
I would say, sort of as a follow-up to that, is it's sort of recalibrating what the community and the task force members are saying and what we hear from our constituents. So, for example, I will say that in the last few months, I felt a tremendous heightened anxiety in the neighborhoods about projects because our systems can't take it. And to reiterate, which I've said a few times in this council, the two flood areas in the city of Somerville are over at Target and Alewife Brook Parkway, Mystic Valley Parkway. And to deal with that area is even worse because it's owned by DCR, who outsources it to MassDOT, but it's all my constituents who have to deal with the flooding. So any project that comes up, and there's only a few parcels along Alewife Brook Parkway and Mystic Avenue, they've reached the tipping point, and I feel that more every time I'm with community meetings, that as we determine what the metrics are, or that the task force is determining what the metrics are, that it's recalibrated with what the city councilors are hearing and what their constituents are saying, because we have an important, we're amplifying the voice of the residents who, we represent at least 12,000. So I think it's, even though the process has not been set up this way in the past, I think that it is important to consider the voices that we represent and how they react to it, because if I've got a lot that is supposed to have 16 or 18 units and a developer wants to put 100 in there, and we're getting these pressures, but we have the goals or the metrics, whatever they be, in terms of residential, but if they strike up, the constituents are getting really, really upset with that. So, Councilor Mba and then Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. What you said is really valuable, but I want to echo the sentiment of Councilor Hirsch, because I'm also on the some committee, which, don't ask me which committee I'm on, So that's to show, like, I cannot really, like, give, like, full attention to it. So every remark I make or any assessment will not really be comprehensive because of the limited time that I have. Sometimes when I show up there, I also want to, assess the different groups and stuff. But at the same time, I feel like I want to kick back from Councilor Hirsch's statement about, us, looking at it and then sending it back for them to keep. I mean, this is like, I've been to your group. They spend tremendous time, hours on this. And I also respect the different people in the community that I've seen in this group. So that alone speaks volume. I mean, this is not, so you guys have really put in a lot of work. And yes, make sure that you direct your, if you have like some particular concern or request, maybe contact the ward councilors, because I was expecting that maybe they would be more involved than us, they are large. But unfortunately, we, chose to be on that committee. So I cannot sit here. I'll be very foolish to say, oh, I know exactly what has happened for this period of time that my name is on that forum or on your books. But I really appreciate the work that every single person has put in there. When I come to your meeting and see how coordinated it was, I mean, the first one was like a Portuguese parliament, like the one at Holiday Inn. It was so much chaos, but the following ones, I've seen how much, robust they've become, and people are really, synthesizing ideas and really coming out with important policies that we can implement as a city. So I would not really like to see, us just kind of like, it come before us, and then that's when now we start to say, oh, we don't want this, or take it back to the drawing board. I don't, I would not respect that. I don't appreciate that, but thank you.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with and support what Councilor Hirsch has said. The numbers in Summer Vision 2030 have had a huge impact, so 2040's numbers will be tremendously important. And I think Councilor Hirsch's call for the city to have a percentage goal of the total housing stock that would be permanently affordable, be it 20 or 30%, is critical, and that Summer Vision 2040 should have a goal for the next 20 years in terms of what percentage of the city's overall housing stock becomes permanently affordable. Thank you.
Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if this comes out in these meetings, but stuff like on the micro level, like with regard, like say, can we put a goal in there of like eradication of rats, or like a certain number of roads paved by a certain year? Is there any way to just put those kind of housekeeping items into the vision?
Commercial office. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to just say a few words in support of Councilor Hirsch's intention here for elected representatives to have a formal approval process, or at least a role in this approval process. I will try to keep it short. Specifically to the concern expressed by the co-chair, that there is a limited cross-section that gets to participate in this. I appreciate the outreach effort is happening, but when looking at the anxiety, the feeling, the feedback we are getting from our constituents, and I absolutely, wholeheartedly can support the feeling that you're getting from yours, Madam President, that this is, right now we are seeing, even among people who have the time to attend city meetings, who have the time to join commissions, there is a concern from some participants, whether they are former or current participants in this process, that looking at the numbers, as these metrics get set, that there is a potential to be moving the goalposts, that it is very helpful, if perhaps not heartening, to look at the numbers that were set forth in Summer Vision 2030 and see very clearly how the policy decisions that this city government has been making over the last 10 years have failed to address the goals. The policies that we have been implementing have not come close to addressing it. And that's from the people who have the time to go to these meetings and get concerned about what they see. To more directly to those concerns, as elected representatives, we interact with wide stretches, more of the city. Not just because we're out there knocking doors, although we certainly go out there and knock doors, but also because people who would never come to a Summer Vision 2040 meeting, who would never come to a public hearing, will sure as hell pick up the phone when their street is underwater, when they are having to get their car fixed for the third time this fall because of flooding, when they have rats running onto their porch, when they have concerns about development, it's the fourth one on their street this year, or the construction clogging their path to work. I mean, every one of those conversations we get to have, and it's not a simple, at least in my case, it's not a matter of simple, hey, thank you for the complaint, I'll go take it up with DPW. It's a chance to have a conversation and ask them about these priorities citywide. And I learn more from those conversations than, I love a public hearing. I love hearing what these people have to say, but I sure love hearing from the public in that broader sense. And I think that's an important viewpoint that we have a charge as elected representatives, in my case representing somewhere between 11 and 12,000 people, to bring that into the room. And I think it would be a tragedy, somewhere between a tragedy and a travesty, to have all those voices left out of this process. So I just wanted to give my full-throated support for Councilor Hirsch's intention. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Madam President, just a couple quick questions. So, from my understanding, Summer Vision will not be approved by the City Council, but it will be approved by the Planning Board, correct?
Through the chair, the Summer Vision 2030 process was adopted by the Planning Board and endorsed by the Board of Aldermen. I think we'll be pursuing that same process, which is what's prescribed by state law.
So, is this the endorsement? Is that a vote?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is it done before the planning board vote?
My understanding is in the 2030 process, it was done afterward, but I would have to go back and look at our records.
So if they voted no, would that mean it wasn't adopted?
No.
No.
The planning board is the adopting body through the chair.
More questions
That's
then.
why
Thank
I was
you.
asking the questions for you.
Thank you, Madam President. So it could move forward without our endorsement then. The question is, could you explain the consequences of us not implementing Summer Vision goals? I understand there's some stipulations that the guidelines we create, we kind of have to follow. Could you explain that a little more?
Well, maybe through the chair, if I could go back to a lot of your comments and touch on those, and hopefully, Councilor McLaughlin, I can try to help answer your question. But I think several of you pointed out the complex problems that our city is currently facing. And I say our, I'm also a Somerville resident. We've touched on here issues of the comprehensive plan, neighborhood plans, zoning, sustainability, streets repaving, sewer work, and a lot of things are going on at one time, and I understand that people have been tested. One big difference between Summer Vision 2030 and Summer Vision 2040 is the time in which this plan is being conducted, and that not only 10 years has passed, but the recession that was happening at the start of the Summer Vision 2030 process in 2009 has been eclipsed by the bull market that exists today. And some of those reasons for development have people frazzled. But the city is working to address these goals, and we are going through, address these concerns, and we are going through growing pains. And I know you are all picking up the phone and hearing it as well, as I am at public meetings, and in particular at the Davis Square Neighborhood Plan meeting earlier this evening. I also wanted to talk about the things that we as planners are struggling with, and it's really hitting home. Sometimes plans can't address it all, but somebody telling me that they can't go to an ESL class because they don't have daycare or they can't put food on the table are really important to me and important to the planners. And we hear them, and we want to address people's small problems that are actually the big problems that we have in Somerville. And Councilor McLaughlin, you asked about implementing Summer Vision or in the absence of adoption. Can you clarify?
Maybe I should clarify more. From what I understand is, the Summer Vision is more than just a document. It's something that is supposed to be a guiding principle, and say, something comes to the planning board and it doesn't respect the Summer Vision goals. Like, what happens in that situation? Are there actual legal consequences? Or?
Thank you for clarifying through the chair. Councilor White actually several years ago now put in a special permit finding through a zoning amendment process that the projects proposed comply with Summer Vision and adopted neighborhood plans. We have been doing our best to, meet those findings, but we could do better. And one of our critiques is that Summer Vision 2030 doesn't do enough to measure our values. And I think that's something that the Summer Vision Committee will be interested in talking about when we meet later in October.
So what I'm getting at, basically, is I'm curious what would happen if we decide to do nothing. Say we decide, we've reached maximum capacity on housing, we just can't do any more. Say we decide, we're not going to fund open space anymore, or any number of things this council could do. I'm not saying these are things I support, just to be clear, but we could potentially go completely against the goals of Summer Vision. So what would happen in that situation? And this is all like rhetorical. I'm basically getting at the idea it'd be really great if we had more input in it. And I've been critical of Summer Vision, even though I do support most of the Summer Vision goals from before. And I would just rather spend my time implementing the previous Summer Vision, which has very admirable goals that I want to institute. But it just feels like we're like this completely separate entity from the entire Summer Vision process.
Councilor White.
Thank you, Madam President. What Summer Vision is, it's a master plan. Massachusetts state law allows all municipalities to adopt a master plan which is designed to govern basically their future growth and development, and it's done by the planning board. It's by a vote of the planning board. There's no provision or requirement that we have to approve it as the elected body. However, we also have tremendous powers in enacting zoning and in finance, etc. So what is in Summer Vision is no way incumbent. It no way impacts us in any of our votes. If we don't like the way the the provisions in the Summer Vision plan, we can act however we believe is according. So if, for instance, there was a concern, and there are always trade-offs, but let's just use the example of dedication of more space to housing and say less space to commercial development, and there's a number of folks in the community that are concerned that we have substantial commercial development to offset the taxes and also provide jobs for folks. So if we didn't like Somerville, we could enact, for instance, a zoning ordinance requiring a certain percentage of commercial growth. It doesn't bind us in any way, shape, or form. Though I think it would make sense to have it as a collaborative document to make sure that this council, buys in on it, because otherwise you could be at loggerheads as well, and you wouldn't get any production. But I do want to buttress what Councilor Scott said. We are the body that answers to the constituents. So you may have neighborhood meetings, et cetera, or, summer vision meetings where, maybe folks show up, but the large numbers of folks may not be aware of it, and there may be something that's enacted that once folks look at it and the plan would be upset, especially as it applies, say, perhaps to their neighborhood. So we have the final say on all of these. But again, my recommendation is that it tries to be as collaborative a process as possible.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank my colleagues for raising this issue, and I want to echo their, well, I was going to say it again, but I agree with their position that, because we rely so much, and appropriately so, on summer vision, and I agree with my colleague from Ward 1 that there are many good things in the existing summer vision that I feel like we still need to get done. But I do understand, to the extent that we need to be looking also in parallel ahead at the next, the next iteration of that. We are the ones who are accountable to constituents. We are the elected representatives of the city, and I think it's an absolutely fair point to raise that the planning board alone, being the only city body that would take a vote on this, particularly when there are two members of that body that have been not approved by this board, and we have not seen a replacement yet from the administration. That alone is enough of a concern for something that's critically important as this summer vision, a citywide planning document would be. So I think both things should happen. We should have new appointees to the planning board, and I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I would ask the administration to work with this body, with the president, however appropriate, to come up with an appropriate role for this for the city council to play in approving the document.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, that communication is placed on file.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor White moves to take item 19 out of order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, that item is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item number 19 is a report of the Committee on Finance, which met on September 24th.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee met with myself presiding and members of Rossetti, McLaughlin, and Ewan Campen in attendance. I will only hit the major items that we addressed. The first was 208-707, requesting an appropriation authorization to borrow the sum of $817,000 in a bond for demolition, legal fees, and site preparation work at 90 Washington Street. Again, that's the site where the new public safety building is going to be part of a demonstration project. That is being challenged in court, whether it is appropriate to be a demonstration project or not. So some of the money that's been requested is to cover legal fees and also to begin the demolition and then site preparation work. Once that's all done, the bid documents will be prepared, and then they will go out for bid. So that request was approved unanimously by the committee. The next was requesting an appropriation authorization to borrow the sum of $537,000 in a bond for environmental remediation and design services at Conway Park. We entered into executive session to discuss certain negotiations that were taking place between the city and the EPA. and it was clarified that these costs are only the costs to cover the licensed site professional who the city has to employ because of the determination of the pollution at the site. The next item was requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow the sum of $2,745,543 in a bond to fund Union Square Revitalization Plan eminent domain settlements. And essentially, these are the additional monies that we have to pay as a result of the settlements that were entered into between the Redevelopment Authority and property owners as part of the revitalization plan. When and if the property is then conveyed to US2 to develop, and basically in accordance with their land disposition agreement with the Somerville Redevelopment Authority, these monies will then be refunded to us by US2. But in the meantime, because of where we are in the budgetary process, the only way to get the funds in time to pay would be through use of a bond. And it could very well be that if the property does close and we get this settlement, the city won't even be required to go out to bond. So that item was approved. The next one was requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow the sum of $900,000 for participation in the Mass Water Resource Lead Line Replacement Program. This is a program run by the MWRA that provides zero-interest 10-year loans to communities. So basically, the city of Somerville is going to utilize this to replace known lead services in the city. There's actually going to be on the website, folks are going to be able to place their address in, and they will know if in fact it's lead or if it's unknown, because there are houses in the community where it's not known whether the connection from the main line is lead or not. So this is the first year of the project program, which is, I think it's designed to continue. And one of the things I did ask was for those folks who don't know whether it's lead or not, whether there's testing material available from the city that they could utilize to make that determination. And there is. There currently is no plans to distribute them, but I asked that, in fact, they be distributed so folks know whether they have lead or not. Those are the main items. So I would ask that the rest are all self-explanatory, so I would ask that the committee report be accepted. If any members have questions about whether to go into executive session or not, then what I would do is I would ask to sever out the executive session item, move to approve the committee report, except for the severed part, then go into executive session, then we could come back to approve the severed part.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Councillor Scott.
I'm sorry, Madam President, what are you looking for
so
here?
I think item C on the finance report.
And let me pull up the sub-item here.
So from earlier discussion, I thought you might want to have further discussion on that item.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I thought you were looking for an executive session on that particular item. Certainly, I'll move for executive session to discuss item C in the finance report.
Is there any further discussion? So Councillor Scott moves to sever the committee report. Seeing that there's no discussion. Excuse me, Councillor White.
I'll move to sever out item,
Okay.
whatever the named item is, which is sever item 208708 from the committee report. So that would be the first motion.
Okay. On the motion, is there any discussion? Seeing none, item 208708 is severed from the report.
Then I would move to approve the remainder of the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the severed committee report is approved. Then this item needs discussion that may have to occur in executive session. I would like the city solicitor to come forward and give his opinion on the need for executive session.
Good evening, Madam President. Frank Wright, City Solicitor. To the extent this council would like to discuss the matter that was discussed in executive session at the last Finance Committee, I would say the same parameters exist and that it would be appropriate for this council to meet in executive session to revisit that topic.
Which reason for executive session prevails?
It would be in anticipation of litigation for purposes of negotiating in the hopes of avoiding that litigation.
Is there a motion to move to executive session? Councillor Scott moves. So moves. The motion will require a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on moving to executive session to discuss that item number 208708 in anticipation, for the reason of anticipation of litigation. On that item, Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Niedergang. Yes. Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Hirsch. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, 10 councillors have voted in favor of moving to executive session. 1 is absent. That motion has been approved.
We will move into executive session. We'll move into executive session and return after executive session is adjourned. I now call this council back into session following our executive session. No votes were taken in executive session except for the vote to adjourn. Will the clerk, yes. So then on the item that was severed is, which was order number 208708. Is there any discussion? Councillor Scott.
As an item for discussion in open session, because this is over $500,000 and Conway Park is the focus of a great deal of interest in Ward 2. I would like it if somebody from the administration could provide us a scope of what this money is intended to pay for. This is our licensed site professional, so our licensed site professional contract. So I would like to, if somebody from the administration could tell us exactly what the scope is that this money is intended to cover.
Ms. Connors. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam President. Through you to the City Council. I probably don't have as much detail on this as you would like, so I'm happy to have staff come back and explain this, but my understanding is that this is for the LSP, for the Weston Sampson LSP contract services that we have with them to continue with those services, design remediation, but that this is not for the actual work of the cleanup that we were talking about with EPA. That's my understanding.
Councillor Scott?
So this would be similar to the design contract we might pay to an architect to specify, to help build out an RFP for a city project, or like a owner's project manager that we would have in preparing for a contract bid?
Through the President, yes, that's my understanding.
All right. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion? So I guess I do still have a question, as I'm really just trying to understand the scope of this. So I'm having a hard time trying to approve this today because I'm not clear on the scope of what's going to be done here. And so do I would like further input from whoever it is on staff that could give us the scope on this, because when I look at Minitrack, I don't see anything in there that's attached to this order that explains further.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm happy to get you, Madam President, I'm happy to get you that information. My understanding in terms of the timing of this is that we need this money to continue to pay Weston Sampson to provide the services that they are providing to the city. So I do think there is some time sensitivity around this, but I'm also happy to get you that information. I understand that there's that puts you in a difficult position, though.
Any further discussion? Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not the ward councillor, but having been present at the Finance Committee member, I'm confident. I'm ready to move this tonight. I support it. I think the work's important. I don't see the value that would come from delaying it personally.
Councillor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just looking at the bond order, and it does have a little bit of detail in it, perhaps not as much as you would like, but what it says is an appropriation of $537,000 for the cost of environmental remediation and design services at the city-owned Conway Park in cooperation and coordination with the Environmental Protection Agency, including but not limited to environmental testing and sample disposal, abatement and remediation planning, field design and engineering, including all costs incidental or related thereto. So that is a bit of a description. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. I too had read that actually prior to the Finance Committee meeting. I remain concerned that we are being asked to buy a pig in a poke. And sorry, this is my folksy aphorisms continuing to come out here. But this, it is $500,000. It is the largest green space in Ward 2. It is a critical resource for our sports, for our youth sports. It is a critical resource environmentally for the city, and for us to approve $500,000 for Weston and Sampson to go off and do remediation planning, field design, and engineering when there has been zero public input, when this council has zero visibility into that planning process, zero visibility into what this LSP is doing, I think that is concerning. That is concerning. So I don't have any problem approving money to making Conway Park, to reopening Conway Field. I think that is a critical thing that has already been far too long in the making. My concern is the complete opacity around every piece of this. And I mean, sooner or later, we are going to have to pay to repair that field. It is a fact based on the meetings that I've been in and the updates that I've been in and the information that I've gotten. We are going to have to do an environmental remediation there. The course of where that is going to go is the part that is of grave concern to me. And quite frankly, at this point, I wonder if there is any check at all on our executive branch, any way for us to influence what this mayor wants to do with the public resources. So I don't have any desire to hold up the money to continue to repair this field. I just continue to implore this executive to respect this branch as a co-equal in government and actually partner with us in these conversations. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Madam President, I do feel like there were questions that remained unanswered, and I thought that we were going to put this off until there were more answers there. So I'm curious, through you, could I ask Ms. Connor, is this something that we can just wait until the next council meeting, or is this very urgent right now?
Through the president to the council, we managed to scrape together some money to pay Weston Sampson through the end of August. My understanding is that they are working at risk right now, so that is the urgency of this. However, I am happy tomorrow to circle up with staff. We have a meeting on this anyway, to figure out a way to come back and have them present, all the staff present that are working on this, have our outside counsel here, and if possible have Weston Sampson here to address questions and concerns of this council in terms of the process that this is going through. There is no intention to move forward in terms of designing or constructing the actual field without doing a design and community process. We are well short of that right now. So I just want everyone to be assured that there will be other stages of this process. This is a particular phase that we are in, and I understand that the council has more questions, and we are happy to come before you within the next month, if we can schedule it, to address those questions.
So, Madam President, if there aren't dire consequences to this, I would like to move to keep it in committee personally.
Okay.
Are there dire consequences? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was clear.
So, through the chair, again, we're sort of at the end of our ability to pay Weston Sampson right now. We've put together as much money as we can through our own budgets to pay them to this point, and this is why we need this money to continue to pay them so that they can continue to operate as our LSP.
So I'm curious, if we knew that the end was coming in August, why didn't we hear about this in July or the first session that we had in August?
Madam Chair, it's the, all the stuff that's going on with the city. We were working to put this request together and figure out how much we needed and how much we could afford ourselves. And
okay.
it's we got it to you as soon as we possibly could.
Okay. Councilor Scott.
I'm just going to speak in support of my colleague's motion to lay on this on the table until our next meeting. I believe it was a motion to lay on the table.
If this is what I'm getting at, if there are serious consequences to this, then I would remove that motion. I think I misunderstand that like if this has to be done now, I don't want to obstruct that, but if we could wait for more answers, so.
Madam President, then let me be clear. I will make a motion to lay this on the table simply because brinksmanship is completely unacceptable. It has been unacceptable for quite some time, and if the idea is that now that all the decisions have been made, we will come in and present to you as staff about the decisions that have been made, or even worse, to conduct a community process down the line and put my name on a flyer as some kind of figurehead or fig leaf on public participation, I am absolutely not part of it. I am very interested in having this discussion. I'm very interested in having this process move forward. I would be very interested in yourself as a leading environmental advocate here and myself as the ward councilor where this space resides actually being invited to participate in the administration's process to this point, or even right now. So my motion is to go ahead and lay this on the table. Hopefully we can get some information and address this at our earliest opportunity.
On the motion, Councilor Mba.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be supporting that motion. Actually, while we're in executive session, I had a bunch of thought myself, but I thought maybe we'll continue to have this conversation. I did not know that it's actually we'll be voting on something. Especially listening, I think the ward councilor should be front and center of something this significant in his ward. So if he is not comfortable, I don't think that I feel comfortable supporting it.
On the motion to lay this item on the table, Councilor White.
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something. We have a licensed site professional and we're dealing with the Environmental Protection Agency. If we don't approve this, then you cannot fund the licensed site professional. This is for design. We fund design all the time. The designer then works with the city council, for instance, in going over the designs, right, for further funding. So all this is to provide funding for the licensed site professional to do the work that's going to be necessary. Have the person come in, and then, just like any other plan, you discuss what is being planned. If you have problems with it, then you express it. They don't do the plan first and then come to the city council for funding. That's part of the process. So I understand their concerns about what the extent may be of that design, but this is money to get the design going, right? They can't do this. They're not going to do any design without first having funding to authorize them to do the design, because you can't do work unless there's money to pay you to do it. So maybe I'm missing something.
So on that point, because Councilor Davis has not spoken yet, so I wanted to, do you want to, on this point?
On
Yes,
that point,
Councilor
simply,
Scott.
we have been paying Weston & Sampson to do this design work, evaluation work, testing work. They have been our licensed site professional now for over a year. How often have they addressed this, Council?
They haven't been asked to address the council. I mean, I had this in committee, okay? I guess the question would be, they have been paid for doing their work to date, right? This is to do additional work for a contaminated site that we're involved in with the EPA. I mean, I don't see a problem with approving the funding so that we have a licensed site professional work, and then have them come before us to discuss what they've done and what the future is. You have to have a licensed site professional on a site when it's contaminated.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam
And then
President.
you and Campen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I was probably just going to vote no and not say anything on this motion, but I don't see the logic of wanting to be involved in the design process but not wanting to pay the designer. This doesn't preclude having the conversation. In fact, this is what it seems to me enables having the very conversation that the ward councilor is proposing. But I'm not strongly advocating one way or the other, because I think we should approve this tonight.
Councilor Ewan Camp and then Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Madam President. I also do not want to lay this on the table. I won't support that. I think we're having a strange conversation where no one's saying grass versus turf. That's what we're talking about. I don't think there's any chance that a decision of that magnitude is going to be made without there being a lot of public input, just knowing Somerville. So there will be leverage throughout that entire thing for everyone with both opinions. But I think it's important that everyone understands that's not the decision we're making tonight. This is a heavily contaminated site in the middle of our city that has been offline for a year now. We want to get it back open to the public. That's why I want to support this tonight. I also would just like to say, through the president, will you work with the ward councilor on this, to the administration?
Through the chair, absolutely. And I believe we've organized a few community meetings where the board counselor has attended. We'll continue to do that.
Councilor Klingon.
Yeah, through you, Madam President. That the end of Councilor Ewan Campen's point was what I was going to raise to, through you to Councilor Scott. I hear you loud and clear. I want to respect you as the ward counselor here, and I think the administration's hearing you loud and clear right now. And I really hope that if we could just get the money going so we can keep this project moving, keep things moving. I think that's what the people want with this particular parcel. But I hear you, and I hope that we'll have more involvement and more participation. But you specifically, hopefully, you can sit in on whatever meetings that are had, regarding the future of that site. I would ask you to, move forward tonight, and as long as people are on notice that, you are definitely wanting to be hands-on with this site.
Councilor Scott.
All right. Madam President, I approach this, quite frankly, in the same way that we had to approach the monolithic entity of Eversource when they just disregarded our city's needs. I feel like, as the ward counselor, I've been disregarded. I feel like our environmental community, our community in general, has been disregarded in the process to this point. So if the purse string is the only leverage we have as a city council to get engaged in the planning process in the city, I'm prepared to use it, although I appreciate my colleagues' concerns here. Let us hope that this message is received clearly so that 2 weeks from now, a month from now, 3 months from now, when this money is burned through, we do not have to force ourselves to our own version of brinksmanship, because ultimately that's what this is. Councilor White is correct that it's an EPA site. We have to have a licensed site professional, and if we don't, we are in breach of some very, very serious regulations that have grave consequences. I am prepared to push us to that brink in order to get a seat at the table where these conversations are happening in the city. So I hope that will happen. I hope that we will not have to have this conversation ever again. I will follow up with the administration tomorrow, and I'm happy to withdraw my motion to lay this on the table to make way for another motion.
So the motion is removed, so you want to make another motion? I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you. I'm tired. So seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. And then there's roll call votes.
Madam President,
No?
before we do the roll call, what I would like to do is make a motion inviting Weston and Sampson to the Finance Committee, along with outside counsel, so we can hammer out all of these issues, and then I'll schedule this.
On the motion, is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is approved. The committee report on finance includes, I think, about 4 roll call votes.
Madam
Will the
President?
clerk please call the roll? Excuse
Just to
me.
be clear, could I be marked as recused from any items involving police?
Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Okay, just to
For
be
the roll
clear, I'm sorry, I don't recall if the original portion of the committee report was approved previously before the executive session.
It was.
Or it was. And just now, the severed portion has also been approved.
Correct.
Okay, then you're correct. Roll calls are in order. So there are 4 roll calls that are needed this evening. They're each on a bond. The first one is on the bonding of $817,000 for site preparation, demolition, and legal fees at 90 Washington Street. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, 11 councilors have voted in favor of that item. That bond has been approved. Next is a roll call vote on the item number 208708, which bonds $537,000 for environmental remediation and design services at Conway Park. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, again, 11 councilors in favor of that item. That item has been approved. Third, we have a roll call vote on the bonding of $2,745,543 for Union Square Revitalization Plan eminent domain settlements. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Scott. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, 10 councilors have voted in favor, 1 is absent. That item has been approved. And finally, the last of the 4 bonds is a roll call vote on bonding $900,000 for the MWRA's, to participate in the MWRA's lead line replacement program. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang. Yes. Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, all 11 councilors in favor. That bond has also been approved.
Councilor Niedergang moves to suspend the rules to take item number 21 out of order. Seeing no opposition, that item is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Madam President, could we take item 31 along with that? That's the Housing Stability Notification Act.
So on the motion to take item, to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking item 31 out of order, seeing no discussion, that item is taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, would you read that also in conjunction with 21?
Certainly. Item number 21 is a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters, which met on September 17th. And item 31 is a communication from the Director of Housing Stability responding with an updated Housing Stability Notification Act ordinance pursuant to that Legislative Matters Committee meeting.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. At the meeting were the members of the committee, Councilor Davis, Councilor Klingon, Councilor Ballantyne, and Councilor Ewan Campen was appointed for his stewardship of the surveillance ordinance because Councilor McLaughlin was unable to attend. We discussed 3 items: the 5G small wireless facilities ordinance, oversight of surveillance technology ordinance, and Housing Stability Notification Act. On the wireless, the 5G wireless, Assistant Solicitor Shapiro distributed the document called Small Wireless Facility Design Standards, which is referenced in the ordinance. He stated that the goal of the design standards is to make sure the equipment meets aesthetic and physical design standards as well as to protect the public. There are 2 pieces of a 5G wireless emplacement, an antenna and a cabinet computer control, with each having their own space. And Councilor Klingon brought a photograph of one from Boston, which was very helpful. The antennas are on the top of the pole, and other equipment is located, the cabinet, down lower on the pole. Councilor Ballantyne inquired about the research that city staff had used to develop this ordinance. Mr. Shapiro said it's based on the experience and understanding of other municipalities that have already dealt with these issues. The engineering, Mr. Postlethwaite from the engineering department said that he would provide a list of municipalities used for the research. It was asked that the city's urban forestry department be consulted so that if new poles are installed by accident or other companies, they will not be installed in locations that would be suitable for planting a tree. Assistant Solicitor Shapiro will add language to the ordinance that the provider will not only take down poles not in use, but also remove the wiring. The committee asked that Mr. Kress from the city's Health and Human Services Department appear to report on the health issues related to 5G wireless facilities and how other communities have addressed them. I asked about a request that I had made to the solicitor's office to inform the council whether and if the city can deny a requested location if there is a reasonable alternative for that 5-cell deployment, as several residents and a published document from an advocacy organization have asserted. Mr. Shapiro said that a solicitor's opinion on this will be forthcoming. So that item was kept in committee, and it will be on the agenda on October 3rd. The second item taken up was the municipal ordinance to provide oversight over the procurement and usage of surveillance technology. Councilor Ewan Campen discussed this ordinance, including its general purpose, so the surveillance use policy, why he feels this is important and how it would be used. He said that the city of Cambridge has passed a very similar ordinance last year. This ordinance has been reviewed by the city solicitor's office in Somerville, and the administration has been working closely with Councilor Ewan Campen on it. Ms. Connor stated that the ordinance is very close to having the support of the administration. They are mostly in agreement, but there's still a few small issues that need to be ironed out. Councilor Ewan Campen stated that he removed the language regarding body cameras from this ordinance due to possible issues around collective bargaining with the Somerville Police Department unions. Police wearing body cameras has been an issue in those negotiations. Ms. Connor spelled out some of the administration's concerns, such as a violation of personnel privacy and review of locations where cameras are placed in the city. I asked Ms. Connor if changes could be submitted in writing before the next meeting so the committee could see them and be prepared to act on the ordinance. So that was also kept in committee, and that'll also be on the agenda on October 3rd. I understand that Chief Fallon will be at that meeting. Finally, last but not least, is the Housing Stability Notification Act, which Ms. Schachter has been patiently waiting for. I'll give the committee report, and you've all got a copy of the revised amended ordinance in front of you. And if there are any questions, I'm sure Ms. Schachter will be happy to answer them. We discussed the draft that Ms. Schachter had written and discussed the difference between this ordinance and the Jim Brooks Act that Boston had submitted as a home rule petition but was not approved by the legislature. This ordinance requires the landlord to provide information about a tenant's legal rights and organizations and resources to help tenants, either by certified mail or by hand, when a tenant is being evicted or given a notice to quit. The Office of Housing Stability will develop a form with this information in it that the landlord can use to give to the tenant. The penalties and fines in a new law would be first offense warning and second offense and subsequent offenses $300. The question was asked if each tenant that was being evicted or told to leave would constitute a separate offense. Mr. Shapiro said that he would look into it. There were concerns about privacy issues as well. On the issue of the fines, Councilor Davis motioned that the Solicitor's Office provide language to clarify that a failure to comply with the provisions of the ordinance will constitute a separate violation in each case, and that was adopted unanimously. You'll see that that language has been inserted into the ordinance. There were discussions about the form to be developed by the Office of Housing and Stability for landlords to give to the tenants. Councilor Ballantyne and myself said it should be ready before the ordinance goes into effect so that it is available to landlords. Ms. Schachter will let the committee know approximately when the form will be ready, and she and Ms. Connor will consult on the actual date and rollout of information about the ordinance. So this was approved unanimously as amended, and that is my report, and I ask that it be accepted as offered.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you to the chair. You mentioned that this was different from the Jim Brooks proposal that was voted, that the legislature did not approve as a home rule petition. How is it different, though? I didn't catch that.
I could give an answer, but since Ms. Schachter is here, I would ask that she be allowed to answer, as she will be able to give a much better answer than I can.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Schachter, would you like to come forward?
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, everybody. One of the main differences of the Jim Brooks Act is that the Jim Brooks Act, if there was a failure or a noncompliance, provided a defense and a summary process action. Because of that, it required home rule because it was a significant alteration in landlord-tenant law. This is a civil penalty. There are some other minor differences, but this is an attempt to effectuate the basic principles of the Jim Brooks Act, but that we can do locally. It does not create as significant, the rights are not as extensive for tenants that are created under this ordinance.
And just a follow-up question. Can a housing authority, which is essentially an element of the state, be subject? I mean, it's not excluded from this, so
It is not excluded from it.
and you think it can be regulated by us, even though it may be considered like an entity of the state?
As far as I know, I mean, that might be a question for the solicitor's office. They did review it. They didn't raise that as a concern. We can't, there couldn't be like a 93A violation or something. They're not in the business or practice, but I don't have a further answer to that, not that I know of.
Are we going to be asked to vote on this evening, or is
Yes. Ideally, I don't know where the city solicitor went, but
Do you want to lay this on
I-
the table, and then we can see if the city solicitor is here?
No, I mean, if it can't be applied, then they'll raise it, I'm sure. But I mean, that is a question I do have, but.
Any further discussion? Councillor Niederking? No. So on the committee report, seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Then on the committee report, and then on item 31, is there any further discussion? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. Very briefly, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Schachter and to everyone who worked on this. While it's not exactly what we intended when we Councilor McLaughlin and you and Camper and I put this in a while back to just send the Jim Brooks back up to Beacon Hill and let them pound it back at us if they wanted to. This actually is something we can do, and we're going to pass it tonight. It's going to be a law, and people are going to get information that might actually help them stay in their homes. So that's so awesome, and I'm just thrilled that we went from a symbolic statement to actually passing a law that's going to help people. So thank you.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief, but I just want to say, in Housing and Community Development Committee, we've looked at the data of how many tenants versus landlords have legal representation when they're in housing court during an eviction proceeding, and the numbers are staggering, as all of us know. It's, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it's 90% of tenants do not have legal representation.
That's right.
And almost all landlords do. And I think this is a really important step to starting to level the playing field a little bit. Not to say who's going to win, but just to say that at least both sides will show up fully informed of their rights. So thank you very much to Ms. Schachter and to my colleagues.
Councillor Niedergang.
I just want to let everybody know the two changes that were made were the language that Councillor Davis had asked be inserted regarding if there are more than one tenant, each one of those cases counts as a violation, so it'll be the number of tenants times 300. And also, originally, the ordinance, as Ms. Schachter drafted it, had an effective date of 30 days after passage. It's now 90 days. Sometimes I want to push things faster, but in this case, just speaking for myself, I'm fine with that. That would basically be January 1st. I think it is important that before and be developed, that there be some publicity about this before it goes into effect. So it doesn't seem unreasonable to me that will take a little bit longer. Thank you.
So on the order, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the order is approved. Now, this order, having been approved, needs to be enrolled and ordained. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Madam President, this is a roll call vote on the motion to enroll the ordinance presented to you in agenda item number 31, which is an updated Housing Stability Notification Act ordinance. On that item, Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Niedergang. Yes. Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, all 11 councillors have voted in favor of enrollment. That item is now enrolled.
Ordainment is now in order. If there's no discussion, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
On ordainment of that same item, Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Niedergang. Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
And Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Madam President, 11 councillors have voted in favor of ordainment. That item is now ordained.
Councillor Rossetti moves to take items 30, or suspend the rules for the purpose of taking items 32 through 40 out of order. Seeing no opposition, those items are taken out of order. Mr. Clerk, or Councillor Rossetti.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also at this time move to waive the readings of items 32 through 40, which include 5 block parties, a renewal of the Next Wave Full Circle open-air vendor, which they have done for many years now, the repeat of the Women's Commission Candlelight Vigil for the Domestic Violence Awareness, and our Hawk Festival through the Arts Council. Barring any objection from my colleagues, if they agree, we'll waive the readings, and I'm also recommending approval this evening.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved.
Madam President, my apologies. Number 52 was an additional item, which is a renewal of a drain layers license. I would also recommend approval of item 52, if I may.
On the item, well, first of all, Councillor Rossetti moves to take item 52 out of order. Seeing no objection, that item is taken out of order, and the reading is waived as long as there's no objection. Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. I think now we're back to the regular order of business.
Madam President, we move to item number 6 on the agenda, which is a resolution submitted by Councillor Ballantyne and Councillor Hirsch that the administration, the chief of police, and the superintendent of schools implement a policy that discourages municipal employees from parking city vehicles in MBTA bus stops.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. I would like to say that the administration and the school department were addressed this immediately, and so I'm all set on this.
The item is approved. Next item.
Item 7 is an order submitted by Councillor Ballantyne. The Director of Traffic and Parking immediately addressed the incomplete striping of Powderhouse Boulevard, as the lack of clear striping puts pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers at risk.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. Happy to say today is the first day of full striping on Powderhouse Boulevard. So that has been completed.
Seeing no discussion, the items were marked complete. Next item.
And number 8 is an order submitted by Councillor Ballantyne. The Director of SBCD placed signage on Medford Street letting pedestrians know where they can walk.
Councilor Ballantyne.
So I know this is a pet peeve of my, the good councillor from Ward 6 and myself is, and I apologize, Councillor Niedergang, this is actually your ward, but from Medford Street to Partridge Street, I go by there every day, 4 times a day. And it is completely taken up. In the morning when I go past it, there are residents that are jaywalking to get across the street, and that is a really heavily trafficked area. And there's absolutely no signage. There's no indication that they should cross the street, and that's probably about 200 yards or so on Medford Street, just outside of Magoon Square to Central Street. So I would strongly, encourage that the administration or that the director of purchasing really, hammer home to these contractors that are working for the city that they need to put signage up there for pedestrians. I also included 3 pictures in Minute Track that shows what it's like, and that looks like it's going to be a very long project. I mean, it's going to be there for a little while, so something needs to be done.
So need again.
Yeah, through you, Mr. President, thank you, Councilor Ballantyne, for submitting that order. I did have some communication. I believe this is under the engineering department. I did have some communication with Jesse Moose about this a while ago, and I guess I thought it had been cleared up. There have been problems all along with this project. People being able to get out of their homes in terms of planking put up, as well as this. But thank you for submitting this, and I hope it's going to go to committee so that there can be some follow-up. Thank you.
Which committee would you like that?
So I guess, do you want it in traffic and parking?
I think you should go to Public Utilities and
Okay.
Public Works.
Public Utilities, Public Works.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you. Mr. President, just briefly, when it does go in committee, I'll reiterate what I always reiterate, is it's not just the signs, which is clear input, but like where the sign, like telling people to cross in the middle of the street isn't a good solution. So, this conversation needs to start in engineering or purchasing or wherever it is. They need to have a plan. If they're going to close the sidewalk, where are people going to cross the street? And then that's where the signs go. I'm sure that's what the good president intends, but seeing that sign right there that says cross here, and it's the middle of the block, and that won't be a good solution. I won't be happy with that solution, and I'll be submitting an order to go back to it if this is what comes out of it. So.
Excuse me, on that point, did I submit a late item about, okay, so Councilor Davis's point was, so a friend reached out to me. It was about College Ave. The same issue is that there are crosswalks, but the signs aren't where the crosswalks are. So thank you. So if this could go to Public Utilities, Public Works, I'd appreciate that.
Seeing no discussion, the item is referred to Public Utilities, Public Works. Next item.
Item 9 is an order submitted by Councilor Ballantyne. The Director of the Arts Council discuss summer streets and citywide strategies in light of the city's growing population.
Councilor Ballantyne.
They've made some changes to some of the summer streets and sort of the locations, and I think it would just be a good idea to understand what the Art Council has going on in terms of a strategy for their summer streets or even their festivals. So I would like this to go to, I guess, Housing and Community Development, please.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item is referred to Housing and Community Development. Next item.
Item 10 is an order by Councilor Ballantyne. The Director of SBCD develop a plan to plant a native species pollinator garden along the community path.
Councilor Ballantyne.
I think this is self-explanatory, and I would just ask that it goes to Open Space, Environment, and Energy.
No discussion. The item is referred to Open Space, Environment, and Energy. Next item.
Item 11 is an order submitted by Councilor Niedergang. The Director of SBCD scheduled a meeting with the residents of Partridge Ave who filed a traffic calming petition or respond to them with a written communication.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you. Also self-explanatory. I'd like it to go to traffic and parking, please.
Seeing no discussion, the item is referred to Traffic and Parking. Next item.
Item 12 is an order by Councilor Mba and Councilor Ewan Campen that the City Solicitor and the Chief of Police report to this Council on how civil asset forfeiture funds have been received and spent over the last 5 years and how they can be directed to the general fund.
Councilor Mba.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what we submitted as a result of first the incident that happened in Boston with the straight pride parade, and with all the allegations that came forward and seeing our police officers, involved. And when the chief came before us, he mentioned where some of the funding, came from. Like he said, was like forfeiture, civil asset forfeiture. And when I checked that, that was the first time I even heard about that word. So, just a brief background for those at home watching. So, it's every year, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies across the United States seize and keep billions of dollars in cash, cars, homes, and other property using a legal tool called forfeiture. So I don't know if we have any forfeiture programs in the city. And it's also important for the council to understand that this forfeiture activity happens with little legislative or public oversight. So we need transparency and accountability on how these funds are received, how they are spent, and also tracking what we seize, how much is what, and where it's coming from, and everything that it's involved, so we can actually, decide, how the council should be able to decide how to use these funds and how they are received and the process involved. I think Councilor Ewan Campbell will probably have something to add.
Councilor Ewan Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my colleague at large really summed up the issue here. My understanding is that there's very little that the city can do to really legally direct civil asset forfeiture, but we can draw attention to this issue that basically property that law enforcement believes was involved in a crime can be seized, whether or not that person is convicted of such a crime. And that money goes into a law enforcement trust fund, which can then be spent, basically. And, there have been studies done on how these laws operate in various states. A recent one showed that Massachusetts is tied with North Dakota for the worst in the union for kind of how transparent these laws are and how low the bar is to actually seize property. So I'm not accusing the Somerville Police of doing anything untoward here. We just simply don't know. And I think, having an open discussion about what our policies are around this is really important. And so I want to thank Councilor Mbaugh for sponsoring this, and I look forward to the discussion.
Any further discussion? Councilor Scott and then Councilor White.
Thank you. Likewise, I would like to have my name on this as a sponsor. It is I nearly fell out of my chair the other night when we heard this. I appreciate Councilor Mbaugh for taking the lead in drafting up this particular order. I would like to see this response in writing because these are some very specific numbers, and also to echo the call that really this is about transparency in what is happening here. I understand there may be restrictions in how we redirect these funds, but I think first we need to understand this is the first that the City Council has ever heard that this is a practice that happens here in Somerville. We need to resolve that immediately. So I look forward to the written response.
Councilor White.
So folks don't think our police department going out and seizing assets or whatever. It's the district attorney or the attorney general files a petition in court to seize property that the DA or the attorney general may believe has been used in connection with a crime. Unlike a crime, though, it doesn't require a finding of guilty beyond any reasonable doubt. It's more of a civil, which is a preponderance. So you could end up forfeiting property under a less standard than you couldn't be convicted of the crime. But again, it's not done by our police. It's the district attorney or to the attorney general. And then depending on where the crime was, the monies are split, and a portion of it goes to the local police department, and it goes in a trust fund, which basically the chief has control over. It doesn't otherwise get appropriated or anything, but we do have the ability to look into how the monies have been spent. So that's why this, this order makes sense.
Councilor Niedergang.
Sign me on, please, and thank you through you to Councilor White for that explanation.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved with a copy to Public Health, Public Safety. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 13 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch. Director of SBCD or the Director of Somerset develop an estimate of funding required to pay for or subsidize MBTA fares for residents of different income levels and ages.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. This is a continuation of prior orders that I and others have put in to try to figure out, like, what would it even take to provide free transit service or subsidized transit service to our residents or certain groups of our residents that are more reliant on transit. And I know that large institutions like MIT work it out so that they have some kind of agreement with the MBTA so that all their employees can have a subsidized pass. And I don't know if they get a discount, if there's a way to negotiate a discount if you are kind of buying in bulk. I also remember that in the Boston Public Schools, if middle schoolers and high schoolers were assigned to a school a certain distance from their house, they would get a T-pass, and that became so desirable to the kids that the students would actually sometimes pick a school that was just beyond the boundary that enabled them to get a free T-pass, and that now Boston Public Schools provides all kids of that certain age group a free T-pass. So that was something that Boston Schools was able to do, and it also shows how important it is to young people in terms of getting around. So I'd like to just see like some initial analysis, because we have the data to work this out. And if that can go to, I guess, housing and community development, if that's where the other orders are, that'd be great.
I don't know where the other orders are. I was thinking it would go to finance, but if you want it to go to housing and community development.
I think it's more exploratory, and there's
okay. I'd like to sign on to that, please. Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved with a copy to housing and community development. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 14 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch. The Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management discussed the next steps to evaluate the needs of municipal functions not included in the first round of the departmental relocation strategy, such as the Departments of Recreation, Parks and Rec, Council on Aging, and Parking.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. So this is a follow-up to what I asked when the director came to talk about the current phase of the space assessment, and there's some functions that weren't included in that. I'd like to see what the plan is to start working on those, especially because a bunch of them are service functions that are really important to the well-being of our community, like recreation and Council on Aging.
Would you like that to go to housing and community development?
Yes, that'd be great.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved with a copy to housing and community development. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 15 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch. The Director of Somerset provide an update on the implementation of the happiness survey.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. So as we were talking about earlier, it seems like people are quite frustrated with a bunch of different issues like traffic and rats. And I was curious to know how the happiness survey is going, to see if any of those trends are reflected in the data, and if so, what can we do about it?
Would you like that to go to public health, public safety, or do you want it to go to housing and community?
Maybe housing and community development.
Excuse me, Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could do a happiness survey around the horseshoe right now.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved with a copy to housing and community development. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 20 is a report of the Committee on Land Use, which met as a Committee of the Whole on September 19th.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee did meet in a joint meeting with the Planning Board. Primary objective was to have a public hearing for version 4 of the zoning overhaul. As always, the materials that were presented to the committee are available on somervillezoning.com, and the meeting itself was televised and is also available there and on the Minutetrack site. Mr. Bartman from the Planning Department gave a presentation in which he highlighted some of the key differences between version 3 of the zoning overhaul and version 4. I would encourage folks to, at my encouragement, my colleagues all kept quiet so that Dan's presentation is all in one piece on the video, so it's easy to watch. I would encourage people to take a look at that because, as always, Professor Bartman did a great job explaining a number of the changes that he made. And beyond that, we had a very robust public hearing, which is also available if folks want to see the details. And the minutes do contain a good bit of detail as well, so I'll let them speak for themselves. And with that, I submit I request that the report be accepted as submitted.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 23 is a report of Committee on Public Health and Public Safety, which met on September 18th.
Mr. Klingon.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Health, Public Safety meeting actually was 2 public hearings. The first one, well, first in attendance was myself, Councilor McLaughlin, and Councilor Rossetti was in place. She had been, it was originally a committee of the whole, but due to lack of attendance, we reverted back to a regular committee meeting, and then I also had you temporarily appoint Councilor Rossetti to the committee, as she has a great history on airplane noise, which was what the first public hearing was about. In attendance was Mayor Curtatone, Andy Connor, Chief Fallon, a couple of our colleagues here, and the entire state delegation. It was held in the auditorium. And so what we did first was we had a presentation from Wig Zamor, who is the community liaison for the CAC. And so the gist of it is, like, he came with his presentation about, I guess in 2013 they changed the flight patterns from a more dispersed flight patterns to more concentrated routes. The RNAV post-13 flight patterns, what happened was they have them, so they're going over less people, but in a more concentrated fashion, but then they also stagger them in a way. But people are not happy with this system the way it is, and they would like to see things. Some of the community came and spoke out about the fact that they wanted to go back to the old way. We had, so Wig gave his presentation, which basically was around the equity of it all, like how this system, believe it or not, is actually more fair regionally, and also in terms of other types of pollution, that this it lessens the impact of overall pollution to certain areas when you combine them with traffic, automobile pollution as well, with the airplane pollution. So he's in favor of sort of the current plan as is and thinks it's equitable. We had Tara Tennick, who is the community appointee to the 33L working group, which is named after a certain runway that has a significant amount of flights leaving from 33L going over Somerville. And there's this rift. Some feel that, again, that WIG isn't representing the community, whereas the community feels like this new way is unfair. And Ms. Tennick gave a presentation. She showed some graphics about just how sort of dramatic that the change was. And, it seems like we're kind of at a loggerhead here, but there was some good information from the state delegation. From Senator Jalen actually said that that she's been in touch with Massport, and there is a study that has been put out by MIT, and those findings will be back soon. And based on that, there will be some decision. There'll be a few different plans offered. So it would be the current one, possibly the old plan where there are more dispersed flights, and then a third, maybe a fourth option. And so they'll be looking at those for the future. So there is some opportunity, some possibility of change to the flight patterns. But we heard from a number of people just how, much of an issue, quality of life issue this is for them. One gentleman said he drives his kids to parking lots in like other cities and sleeps in the car. Some people said, it's just they can't have any outdoor activities. So it's a major quality of life problem for especially our folks in West Somerville, because if you look at I believe the materials are attached in Minute Track, the flight patterns it goes into three different directions. If at the center of all three of those directions, essentially, it's like right over West Somerville, so they kind of get the bulk of everything that leaves out of Logan. And I also read into the testimony of some testimony from a woman, Dawn Quirk. She's originally from Somerville. She now lives in Winthrop. She's been fighting this fight for a while, and she just had a lot to say in terms of, we really need to stick together regionally and push back. Logan is expanding as we speak. So while we're all fighting it out in different communities to try to get the flights over this, maybe they need more over here, Logan is expanding, and they now have night flights to China going all night. So this is I kept this in committee. This was kind of very educational for me, as I'm new to the Public Health Public Safety Committee, and I haven't had much dealings with airplane noise. And to be honest, you live in 10 Hills, and I don't know if I'm just, I don't hear any airplanes, even though supposedly they go right over me. But I'm not to say everybody experiences it differently. So according to WIG, some people are annoyed by it, and some others not so much. So we heard from many, many people who were upset. We heard from our state delegation, and it was a pretty well-attended public hearing. And let's see, just on that one. Councilor Latch Rossetti, she spoke about a previous meeting in June held in Cambridge with professionals of aviation, mechanical, MIT, with the three options. So that's actually going to be coming out soon, and there will be more discussion on this. So I kept that in committee. Second public hearing was also a lively one. It was around the Somerville Police involvement in the Straight Pride Parade in Boston. We really just heard briefly from the mayor encouraging folks to come forward with any videos that they have, any information. Just very supportive of the community and how people felt about the events that day, and how Somerville's committed to good policing and making sure that if any of our guys were involved in anything, that we will be investigating it. Chief Fallon also got up and made similar remarks that he had made at the last council meeting. I did say to the folks that I wanted to get this public hearing. I wanted to have this soon after the request came in from the public, regardless of the fact that we're waiting for a report from the chief of police, and we were also waiting for Deputy Chief Carabino, who was out of the country even for the hearing, and we're waiting so he's part of that. He'll be part of that report because he was the commander on scene that day, part of that unit. So this is definitely going to be an ongoing issue where there's more discussions to be had. I know that we didn't address the NEMLEC, the order that Councilor Scott put in around the NEMLEC agreement, waiting to see that agreement and what if it in fact exists in writing, or how that's been worked out with Somerville. We're also waiting for that report to come back, and we're also looking at, there's questions regarding the funding of how they were paid for through the police forfeiture fund. So we heard from many people. I mean, it was pretty compelling testimony. A lot of people were very upset. One person even likened it to reminiscent of the fights of civil rights. They said there was police just grabbing people out of the crowd and arresting them. They were very, very nervous even to be there and to put their name on record and so on. And so we're taking this very seriously. We want to know. We're looking at why our police pick certain events or why they don't. Just with the mutual aid thing, we understand that there's agreements and commitments throughout different cities, but this is something that the public has asked us to dive deeper into. And so, as you can see from the orders of some of our colleagues here tonight, that this is definitely far from over. So we will be having a future meeting in this committee, and you can watch the video and you can read the report. But I think it's pretty long ago. I ask that the report be accepted.
Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Scott.
I just want to thank my colleague for the public hearing. There was a lot of demand for it, and there is still an incredible demand for these questions to be answered. So I look forward to continuing the discussion there, but I just want to thank my colleague for putting that hearing together on very short notice and having the public in. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, and you're welcome to the public and to you, Councilor Scott. I know you had reached out to me with regards to this issue, and I just do want to reiterate, the mayor and the chief of police both were there in attendance, and they had side conversations with the public, so they weren't like, they were very much engaged in conversation with the folks involved. So I know that I had heard back that there was some really some good back and forth between the mayor, the chief, and some of the residents that were there. So either way, we still need to keep our foot on this and have some of these questions answered and look at future events. So again, I look forward to continuing this.
Seeing no further discussion, this item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 24 is a report of the Committee on Traffic and Parking, which met on September 18th.
Councillor Niedergang.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to mention that the minutes have very detailed account of the meeting, so you can find all the details there. I'll just give some of the highlights given the late hour. So present were Councillor Ewan Campen, and we also were fortunate to have Councillor Scott present to discuss some items of major concern in Union Square. I started the meeting by telling, I had invited representatives from the Bicycle Committee, from the Vision Zero Task Force, and members of the public to attend. And I started the meeting by saying that I'm hoping that going forward, these meetings, which will be monthly on the third Wednesday of the month, would be more of a forum and a discussion to help us collectively make progress on traffic calming and the challenges that face Somerville in terms of safety and the use of our streets. Several members of the public, more than half a dozen, did come, and they did participate in the discussion, and it was very helpful to have them there. The first item that we looked at was that the Director of Mobility discussed with advocates and counselors options for the selection process for the new Pedestrian Transit Committee and discuss its possible relationship to the Vision Zero Task Force and the Bicycle Committee. Councilor Ewan Campen asked how information would travel from the Vision Zero Task Force, the Pedestrian Transit Advisory Committee, and the Bicycle Committee to the City Council and the public. Mr. Rawson said that he anticipates that these groups will advise the administration and the City Council. The new PTAC, Pedestrian Transit Committee, would meet monthly, as does the Bicycle Committee, with the Vision Zero Task Force most likely meeting quarterly for updates once the Vision Zero report has been completed. He said that the Pedestrian Transit Advocacy Committee would represent geographic, age, and commuter diversity. The goal is for the newly created committee to first meet in December or January. He said it would be comprised of 10 to 15 people because there were a total of 63 applicants, and many of them were quality applicants. So we completed that item, and the selection process will go on. The second item we discussed was that the director of SPCD prioritized for this board the traffic calming projects in the city and the process to determine those priorities. I stated to start off the discussion that there's so much interest, concern, and demand in the community for traffic calming, but unfortunately the resources are not available to accommodate all requests, or in some cases even to examine them. So it would be helpful for communicating with residents if a prioritized list was available. Mr. Rawson agreed that there is a need for a transparent list, and this is part of the Vision Zero plan. And he added that many of the traffic calming investments that people want will be included in the extensive construction that is already planned and underway in the city. He said that There are kind of two categories of traffic calming projects, those for major dangerous areas and then those on smaller neighborhood streets that are more about quality of life, and said that his division of mobility wants to do them both. I said that perhaps there could be separate lists for the dangerous areas that need to be addressed as a matter of public safety, and then another one for the neighborhood-based quality of life concerns, so we kept this item in committee. Third item had to do with dangerous intersections and particularly state roads, that the director of SPCD report to this council on actions, communications, and collaboration with state agencies to improve pedestrian safety in the Mystic Avenue area near I-93 following the death of 2 pedestrians hit by motor vehicles there. Mr. Rawson spoke passionately about the administration's and his personal great concern and sadness about the deaths in this area. He stated that the roadways there are a legacy of decades of discriminatory road development policies that have placed the most dangerous and heavily traveled roadways in areas with residents of lowest socioeconomic status. He said that unfortunately, the many millions of dollars needed to really fix these problems are simply not available to the city. Resident Chris Dwan wondered if anything is being done to make an immediate impact, such as, for example, supporting volunteers who have been placing barrels in intersections where pedestrians have been killed. Mr. Rawson shared that Mass DOT, the Department of Transportation, prioritizes their money investments in terms of crash history. The funding that's been allocated to Somerville for dangerous intersections in that area isn't available until 2022, 2023. Planning and community engagement on how to spend that money, about $5 million, will soon begin. However, Mr. Rawson said, well, this may sound like a lot of money, $5 million is barely enough to even begin to address the dangerous roadway conditions in that area. There will be a community meeting on Tuesday, October 1st at 6 o'clock at the East Somerville Community School with representatives from Mass DOT present to discuss the planning process for work on those roads. Mr. Rawson added that he can't support volunteers making changes in dangerous roadways, as that should be left to trained and experienced professionals. Next, I asked Mr. Rawson to address the Winter Hill in Motion project on Broadway, the addition of bus and bike lanes there, and also the issues that have come up in the McGrath and Broadway intersection, and also the use of Jake Street as a cut-through to avoid Broadway. I won't go into all the details of this discussion, which was a long one, but Mr. Rawson did say that they were having a meeting about the McGrath and Broadway intersection to get more police details there, and as far as I've heard, there seems to finally have been a police presence there which is addressing that issue of cars blocking the box there. He stated that there will continue to be things done on Broadway, that the project actually is not complete. The bus lanes, bike lanes are down, but there's still striping and signaling changes to be done, which he thinks will help the traffic situation there. And also he said that his department is looking at Jake Street. They plan to be doing some painting on the street to calm traffic and to make some other steps as well. Next, we discussed Union Square traffic snafu issues, which Councilor Scott and Councilor Ewan Campen had a lot to say about. The items regarded the intersections of Webster Avenue and Somerville Avenue and Webster Avenue and Prospect Street, which have been dangerous and serious problems in the community. Those were discussed, and I can report that there has been, following the meeting, I promised I would reach out to the police department, and there have been discussions with members of the Traffic Bureau and the police department about having police details at those areas and about fixing those intersections. Finally, there was a discussion about traffic signal settings and policies. Tom Lamar, the chair of the Bicycle Committee, said that he sees a benefit to concurrent signaling with leading pedestrian interval, and that there are often problems with walk buttons in all walk areas. But several councilors have been asking for all walks in different locations where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic and there's been major pedestrian safety issues. Councilor Ewan Campen said that the change to exclusive signaling is not intended to be a citywide policy, but just specific to certain high-volume intersections where pedestrians are in danger. Mr. Rawson said that the city has no official signals policy at this time. It's something that his department, which is understaffed, that's my comment, not his, has not been able to get to, and so we don't actually have an official signals policy. So unfortunately, the mobility department needs to kind of look at each intersection separately and try to figure out the best response to that. So those are some of the items that were discussed at the Traffic and Parking Committee meeting. I ask that this report be accepted as offered.
On the committee report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Madam President, next item is item number 25, which is a request to the mayor requesting a supplemental appropriation of $45,000 to the DPW Buildings and Grounds electricity account to procure renewable energy for city operations.
Move to approve
Councillor
this evening.
White moves.
To approve this evening.
Oh,
It's for renewable energy for city operations to further reduce the carbon footprint. It's explained in the agenda. I think everyone would be in favor of it, so I move to approve this evening.
any further discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved.
I move to waive the readings of 26 and 27, which are very minor, and move to approve them this evening.
Is there any discussion on item 26? So seeing none, those two item 26 and item 27 are approved.
Move to waive the reading of item 28 and refer it to finance.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is referred to finance.
And for 29, I'd ask it to be read and approved this evening.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read the item?
Item 29 is a request of the mayor requesting acceptance of an $18,700 grant with no new match required from the Mass Department of Public Health to the Police Department for the purchase and training for an AXA loan.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, that item is approved. Then we'll waive the readings of item 41, refer that to land use and a copy to the planning board. We'll waive the readings of 42 and 43, place on file with a copy to public health, public safety. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 44 is an order submitted by Councilor Klingon. Commissioner of Public Works demand that Russell Disposal put an immediate end to the illegal practice of backing their trucks down one-way streets.
Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Madam President, through you, and I'm sure my constituent Paul, who's brought this to my attention a few times, probably up watching right now, and I told him I'd put this in because I find this practice to be extremely dangerous. What they'll do sometimes is to save time is back down a street, even to the point of having like cars that are behind them back up as well. I think it's unacceptable. I think they need to go around the streets like everybody else. Backing down one ways is illegal. I think that they need to stop this practice.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
45 is an order submitted by Councilor Klingon. The Director of Parking install an illuminated stop sign at the corner of Jake Street at Edgar Avenue.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
46 is an order by Councilor Hirsch. The Director of Health and Human Services discussed with his council any implications for Somerville as a result of the governor's newly announced 4-month ban on the sale of vaping products.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thanks. I was just curious how it works and what happens to the businesses and what happens with the enforcement, how it gets rolled out, and if it go to public health and safety, that'd be great.
Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved with a copy to Public Health, Public Safety. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 47 is an order submitted by Councilor Scott that this council's Committee on Licenses and Permits schedule a show cause hearing to determine why any business licenses issued to the Herb Chamber companies by this body should not be suspended or revoked for violations of the city's wage theft ordinance.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations to everybody who made it into 4 hours and 20 minutes in on this meeting. This item is of specific interest to my colleagues in Ward 1, Ward 4, and Ward 3, although I imagine there are more pro-labor people here. You may recall that back in December, the License and Permits Committee was pursuing the topic of wage theft, particularly in light of a judgment against the Herb Chambers Company for wage theft in excess of $100,000. I'm just going to let that sit for a second. $100,000 plus of unpaid wages to their employees. We pursued it and were told that the ordinance that this body passed in 2013 was unenforceable, despite having been drafted by the law department. However, thankfully, we have gotten a second opinion from the Attorney General. It turns out that ordinance is enforceable. So this order is simply a directive initiating the process for License and Permits Committee to have a show cause hearing where we will invite the employer to come, discuss the judgment against them, discuss, frankly, whether or not they've paid their settlement amount, which, as far as I can tell at this point, they haven't, and talk about what the next steps are. So I expect this will be taken up by the License and Permits Committee at the discretion of the chair at our next opportunity.
Councilor McLaughlin would like to sign on. Councilor Klingon, Ewan Campen, Davis, Niedergang. I didn't see who else's hand went up over here. Okay, and not everybody has, okay. I'd like to sign on too. Okay, you didn't raise your hand. You were looking down the entire time. Councilor White and Councilor Hirsch. I don't know that everybody signed it on. So I'll let you know the names. So seeing no further discussion, that item is approved with a copy to license and permit. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 48 is a request of the mayor requesting approval of a home rule petition to expand the funding scope of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
That item, seeing no further discussion, that item is referred to legislative matters. We'll waive the readings of item 50 and place on file with a copy to the Special Committee on Equity. We'll waive the readings of item 51 and place that on file with a copy to Youth Services. Waive the readings of item 53 and place on file. Mr. Clerk, is there any further business before this body?
Madam President, there are just two items still before this body. The first is an order submitted by Councilor Ballantyne and Councilor Davis that the Commissioner of Public Works require contractors closing sidewalks at the West Branch Library construction project put up signage directing pedestrians where to cross safely at a crosswalk.
Thank you. I think it's self-explanatory. Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Excuse me, Councilor Scott.
Madam President, I apologize. 53 went by pretty quickly. Rather than place on file, can it be placed on file with a copy to Public Utilities and Public Works, where we continue to take up these matters?
Yes. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
The next and last item is a communication submitted by Councilor Davis reminding the public of a walking tour of Ball Square called Boulders, Bricks, and Brunch occurring this Sunday, September 29th from 2 to 4 p.m.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of getting anybody to Ball Square at any time I can while that bridge is closed, come down for some history and some tours and some free refreshments afterwards. Compliments of the good folks at House of Kebab.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Mr. Clerk, any further
Madam President, there are no further items before this council this evening.
So Councilor McLaughlin moves to adjourn this meeting. This meeting is adjourned.
Joseph McGuire is terribly productive. Instead, I think, however, pushing for the substance of these things is what's going to get the information out there and what we really want. For example, in this complaint, not only does it talk about the call that we've seen so far, it talks about meetings with Rudy Giuliani that he had to follow up to talk about whether the Ukrainians were going to be willing to play ball. I think that's the substance of what we really want to get to here, as opposed to whether Joseph McGuire, someone no one's ever heard of before and probably won't hear of again after today, who probably likes it that way, whether he followed the protocols properly. I think what we really want to get to is the bigger picture of what President Trump did.
Let's dive in on the phones. In Moscow, Idaho, Gary is standing by. Hey, Gary, what's on your mind?
Thank you. Well, I've got to say Ron Elving answered my question, which was, why did the Director of National Intelligence have to consider executive privilege when he said that McGuire reached up in the administration? And so let me ask a different question, and that is this going to seem as, or do your guests believe that Donald Trump believes that if he just lays this out on the table, it'll all go away, kind of in the way that the Mueller report did? Thank you.
Interesting question, Gary. Ron, what would you say to Gary's question?
That appears to be the strategy that he has tweeted this morning in all caps, line after line, exhorting the Republican Party to unite around him, saying that the Democrats aren't after him. They certainly aren't after Mr. McGuire. They're after the Republican Party. They want to destroy it. That's what the president is tweeting this morning in all caps. So, yes, I would say the strategy is make this about something other than the president's behavior, make this other than the substance of the complaint, make this something other than what he did with respect to the Ukrainian president and the reasons he did it and the way he did it and the people he involved in it and all of this process. Make it about the war between Republicans and Democrats and say that's all there is to it. That's certainly what we've been hearing from the Republican members of the committee this morning.
Here's what the president tweeted this morning about 20 or so minutes before the hearing started. Again, in all caps, quote, "The Democrats